各位嘉宾、观众朋友们，大家晚上好！欢迎大家回到第5届国际营养与生活方式医学峰会第一天晚场的现场直播，我是主持人晨晨。想必大家对今天白天10位嘉宾带来的精彩分享还是意犹未尽。那么今晚会有3位重量级的外籍嘉宾为我们带来精彩分享。嘉宾分享之后，更有大家所期待的答疑环节。那么在正式开始之前，也请大家动动手指，转发分享峰会链接到您的圈子和所在的群组。也欢迎大家多多的点赞评论，通过这种方式来鼓励我们的嘉宾。我们会在小鹅通直播间和微博直播间同步播出。那么我们晚场的第1位嘉宾是布伦达·戴维斯女士。布伦达·戴维斯是注册营养师、国际知名营养学作家和演讲家，曾任美国营养和营养学学会素食营养饮食实践小组主席。作为一位多产的营养学作家，戴维斯女士独著合著了13本书，用15种语言出版了近100万册。她的新书《植物动力蛋白质》于2023年4月出版。布伦达在2022年成为美国第7位蔬食医生计划杰出奖的获得者，并于2007年被列入素食名人堂，被素食圈誉为是植物性营养方面的摇滚明星。下面有请戴维斯女士带来的制定最佳植物基饮食方案，战胜疾病和增强免疫力。有请。
Hello, my name is Brenda Davis, and I'm absolutely delighted to be with you for the 5th International Conference on Nutrition and Lifestyle Medicine. My presentation today is called Designing an Optimal Plant-Based Diet for Fighting Disease and Enhancing Immunity. First, a brief outline. We're going to begin by talking about optimizing immunity with a healthful diet and lifestyle. And then we'll move on to talking about plant-based diets versus Western diets for fighting disease and enhancing immunity. And the biggest part of this presentation will be the practical piece. We'll talk about 10 steps to an optimal plant-based diet for immune function and disease risk reduction. Our immune system is perfectly designed to do its job, but immune system function can be jeopardized by excess body weight, by chronic stress, inadequate sleep, social isolation, inactivity, smoking, alcohol, environmental contaminants, and last but not least, a poor quality diet. Diet quality is a powerful predictor of immune function. A high-quality diet is a valuable tool for reducing risk of infectious diseases, for preventing the invasion of pathogenic microorganisms, for mitigating the severity of infections, and for fortifying the treatment of infectious diseases. Poor quality diets like Western diets, rich in ultra-processed foods, refined sugars, and red meat, and low in vegetables, fruits, and whole plant foods, are associated with suppressed immunity and increased inflammation. High-quality diets, on the other hand, like whole food plant-based diets, help the body prepare for microbial attacks, fortify the gut microbiome, and reduce oxidative stress and inflammation, all of which help to support the immune system. What makes an immune-boosting diet? Well, immune cells, like all cells, require sufficient macro and micronutrients, fiber, anti-inflammatory compounds, and antioxidants. The most effective immune-boosting diets include a variety of whole foods and lean towards high-fiber, plant-rich dietary patterns. COVID-19 and dietary patterns have been looked at by a number of research teams. One of the biggest studies is called the COVID symptom study with almost 600,000 participants. In this study, compared with individuals in the lowest quintile of diet quality, high diet quality consumers, people eating diets characterized by healthy plant-based foods, were associated with a 9% lower risk of getting COVID-19 and a 41% lower risk of severe COVID-19. In the 6-country study, which included 568 participants who had COVID-19, people eating plant-based diets had a 73% lower risk of moderate to severe COVID-19. Those eating either plant-based or pescatarian diets had a 59% lower risk compared to people eating omnivorous diets. And finally, the Taiwanese study with 509 COVID-19 cases looked at patients over 65 years who were non-vegetarian. These individuals had a 5 times higher risk of contracting severe COVID-19 than vegetarians. And we also have evidence that plant-based diets reduce pro-inflammatory mediators that are associated with prolonged systemic inflammation in patients suffering from long COVID. So plant-based diets could be helpful there as well. And the bottom line is we know enough. We know enough to help people make food choices that protect them. And that's what the rest of this presentation will be all about. We will look at 10 steps to an immune-enhancing plant-based diet. Step number 1 is to make whole plant foods the foundation of the diet. As you can see, this is not a diet of deprivation. This is a beautiful diet with colorful, delicious foods. And plant-based foods contain multiple nutrients and bioactive compounds that aid in improving immunity. They help to alleviate oxidative stress and reduce inflammation. Well-designed plant-based diets help in the prevention of many chronic diseases, as well as infections such as coronavirus disease, pneumonia, common cold and flu, asthma, and bacterial diseases such as bronchitis. So what do we need? What I would recommend is 9 servings or more of vegetables and fruits each day, at least 2 servings of legumes, which could include beans, tofu, tempeh, hummus, lentils, soy milk, all kinds of plant or protein-rich plant foods. Whole grains, 3 or more servings a day. And again, we want to include the more colorful, intact whole grains. Nuts and seeds, at least a serving a day, and we want here to include omega-3 rich choices. And then we want to add to this a generous amount of herbs and spices, because these are foods that are loaded with protective compounds. Step number 2 is to be very picky about the carbohydrates you eat. Contrary to popular opinion, carbohydrates are not the enemy. High quality carbohydrates from whole foods are very protective to human health. There was a study looking at the relationship between carbohydrates and mortality. And this study was actually a meta-analysis, including over 115,000 adults followed for about 25 years. And what they found is those eating the smallest amounts of carbohydrates or the lowest amounts of carbohydrates had a 32% increase in mortality compared with people who were consuming moderate amounts of carbohydrates, or about 50 to 55% of calories from carbohydrates. People eating very high carbohydrate diets had a 23% increased risk, but this was mainly associated with diets high in refined carbohydrates. Diets that were high in carbohydrates from unrefined foods were actually associated with an even lower risk of mortality than moderate carbohydrate diets. What we know is refined carbohydrates are bad news. So what are refined carbohydrates? Well, these are high carbohydrate foods that have been stripped of their nutrients by food processing techniques. And they include refined sugars like table sugar and syrups and jams and jellies and candies and sweetened beverages, and refined starches like white flour products, white rice, and concentrated starches. Unfortunately, most of the carbohydrates people eat are refined, and therein lies the problem with carbohydrates. There was a review looking specifically at sugar and health, and this came out in 2023, so it's a new study with over 8,600 articles, including 73 meta-analyses, and they found that added sugars have significant harmful associations with 18 endocrine and metabolic outcomes, 10 cardiovascular outcomes, 7 cancer outcomes, and 10 other outcomes, including neuropsychiatric, dental, hepatic, osteal, and allergic outcomes. And we also know that sugar impacts immunity. Excessive intake of added sugars can increase pro-inflammatory mediators and cytokines, leading to chronic low-grade inflammation. High intake of added sugars reduces microbial diversity and leads to a reduction in beneficial short-chain fatty acid production. Excess added sugar can lessen immune self-tolerance and also increase risk of autoimmune diseases. So what are the recommendations for added sugars? Well, the World Health Organization and I believe the Chinese government recommend not more than 10% of calories from added sugars. And that's about 12 teaspoons a day in a 2,000 calorie diet. But the World Health Organization adds that less than 5% of calories from sugar or less than 6 teaspoons a day would provide additional health benefits. Now, the American Heart Association suggests not more than 6% of calories from added sugars, or 9 teaspoons a day for men and 6 for women. But they also add no added sugar for children under 2 and less than 6 teaspoons a day for children and teens. So what does this mean in real food terms? Well, if you look at the sugar in foods, just a single serving of sweet foods like a 12-ounce can of soda or a large flavored coffee or a cup of fruit-flavored yogurt or a cinnamon bun or pastry will contain that 12 or close to 12 teaspoons of sugar. That would be sort of the 10% of calories from added sugars. But we see smaller amounts in all kinds of things, 3 to 5 teaspoons in an energy bar, or a quarter cup of barbecue sauce, or a flavored cereal. And if we look at daily average intakes, they are about 17 teaspoons a day in the United States, only about half of that in China, or about 8 teaspoons a day, which is actually among the lower rates in the world, or lower levels of consumption. In the United States, almost half of added sugars come in the form of beverages or liquid sugars. And this is the worst kind of sugar you can consume because there's no fiber there helping to slow the rate of absorption of that sugar. So, if we do nothing else, just eliminating sweet beverages would go a long way to reducing total sugar consumption. Refined starches are also problematic. Refined starches, if you look at processed carbohydrates, they increase the production of free radicals, inflammatory cytokines, and C-reactive protein. By contrast, high-quality carbohydrates found in whole plant foods lower inflammatory response. If you look at grains, let's take an example as a kernel of wheat. An intact grain contains 3 parts: the bran, which is the fiber-rich outer layer, the germ, which is where the grain stores most of its nutrients, and the third part is endosperm, and it's mostly carbohydrate, and that's the middle layer. Now, when we make white flour, we remove 2 of the 3 parts of the wheat. We remove the bran and the germ, and we're left not just with endosperm. And in that process, we lose 80 to 90% of the fiber, 70 to 80% of the vitamins and minerals, and 95% of the protective phytochemicals. And then, of course, no one eats a bowl of white flour. Before they eat the white flour, they often add fat and sugar and salt and food additives. And then they eat the white flour. And therein lies the problem. Not only have we removed much of what is of value in that grain, but we've added a number of compounds that we know are associated with increased risk of disease. On the other hand, whole grains are known to be healthy foods. There was a 2016 meta-analysis of 45 studies that reported reduced risk of mortality per 90 grams or 3 ounces of whole grain intake. That's about 3 servings of whole grains per day. All-cause mortality dropped 17%, cardiovascular disease mortality 22%, diabetes mortality 51%, total cancer mortality 15%, and respiratory disease mortality 22%. But what people need to know is not all whole grains are not created equal. A granola bar does not equal a bowl of oatmeal. A bag of puffed rice cereal does not equal a bowl of brown rice. There is a hierarchy even for whole grains. And that hierarchy begins with intact whole grains, like wheat berries, brown rice, barley, oat groats, or quinoa. And as we go down the list, we go to broken whole grains, then rolled, then shredded, then ground, then flaked, then puffed. And as you go down the hierarchy, you're increasing the surface area of the grain. You're increasing the rate at which it will be absorbed in the bloodstream. You're increasing the glycemic index. You're reducing the nutritional value as you expose the grain to heat and light and pressure. And so when we're trying to reverse disease or protect the immune system, we want to stick mainly with less processed whole grains rather than more processed whole grains. So we want to be eating intact whole grains, broken whole grains, and rolled whole grains more than ground and flaked and puffed whole grains, for example. So carbohydrate common sense, you want to make high fiber whole plant foods the primary sources of carbohydrates. You want to minimize all refined carbohydrates, both starches and sugars, and you want to avoid added sugars, especially in beverages. Step number 3, bulk up on fiber. We all know that fiber promotes regularity, but fiber also builds and maintains a healthy microbiome. It increases satiety and reduces cravings. It reduces risk of colorectal cancer, reduces cholesterol levels, stabilizes blood sugar, reduces risk of gastrointestinal disorders, lessens hormonal imbalances, and enhances immune function. So how does fiber enhance immune function? Well, fiber reduces inflammation, significantly dropping high sensitivity CRP levels with intakes of about 30 grams of fiber a day. Fiber supports a healthy gut microbiome, which is very important to immune function. It enhances the production of protective short-chain fatty acids. It increases microbial diversity. And fiber may prevent bacteria from degrading the mucosal barrier through which microbes cause infection. Fiber also reduces the risk of many chronic diseases and obesity. The recommended intakes in the US and Canada are 14 grams per 1,000 calories, so about 38 grams a day for men and 25 for women. In China, the recommendations are 25 grams a day for adults. Actual intakes in the US are about 15 to 17 grams a day. In China, about 12 to 16 grams a day. For people eating whole food plant-based diets, the intakes generally range from about 40 to 80 grams a day. And what's really interesting is that in Paleolithic times, intakes ranged from an estimated 70 to 150 grams of fiber per day. So I think humans are meant to be eating a fair bit of fiber. So where do we get fiber in foods? Well, the highest fiber foods are legumes, beans and lentils, for example. Avocados, grains, and berries are also very high fiber foods. And vegetables, fruits, nuts, and seeds also provide reasonable amounts of fiber. The thing to understand is that only plant foods contain fiber. Low fiber foods include refined carbohydrates, fast foods, and highly processed foods. And no fiber foods include animal products like meat, poultry, fish, eggs, and dairy products, and fat, oil, and sugar. Practical pointers here, we want to include a variety of high fiber foods in the diet. We want to include foods rich in soluble fiber, and we want to select unprocessed legumes or grains at every meal. Step number 4 is to enhance our gut flora. The microbiome is super important to immunity. What comes as a surprise to people is that 70 to 80% of immune system cells are present in the gut. The gut microbiome impacts local immune responses, systemic immunity, and our susceptibility to infectious diseases throughout life. And diet determines the health of the gut microbiome. Western diets that are high in meat and paleo diets that are high in meat as well are associated with changes in gut microbiota that fuel obesity and metabolic disease. High fiber, whole food, plant-based diets feed friendly microbes and support a healthy gut flora. And Mediterranean diets, there was a study in 2021 showing that Mediterranean diets improve gut flora and immune system function. Benefits are thought to be associated with the following attributes of the diet according to this study. They are high in complex carbohydrates, rich in fiber from cereals, legumes, vegetables, and fruits. They are rich in mono and polyunsaturated fatty acids with anti-atherogenic and anti-inflammatory properties. And they're rich in bioactive compounds with antioxidative properties, such as flavonoids, phytosterols, terpenes, and polyphenols. Practical pointers here, we need to improve gut flora, and we can do that by eating more prebiotics. And prebiotics are certain types of fiber from whole plant foods. By eating food-based probiotics, such as cultured and fermented foods. By minimizing our intake of foods associated with dysbiosis, like highly processed foods, fried foods, and meat. By minimizing artificial sweeteners, and by avoiding excessive alcohol consumption. Step number 5 is to eat plant protein sources instead of meat. And protein intakes that fall short of recommended intakes, which in North America are 0.8 grams per kilogram of body weight per day, increase the risk of infection. Animal protein sources, especially processed meat and high saturated fat meat, tend to be pro-inflammatory. Plant protein sources, on the other hand, tend to be anti-inflammatory. If we compare legumes like beans and lentils to meat, what we see, if we look at food components that are positive and associated with protection against disease, like fiber and phytochemicals and antioxidants and pre and probiotics and plant sterols and stanols, these components are either high or very high in legumes, and they are either 0 or very low in meat. And on the other hand, things that are dietary components that are associated with increased risk of disease, like saturated fat and trans fatty acids and Nu-5-GC, which is a pro-inflammatory molecule in meat, and TMAO and TMAO precursors, which are very atherogenic compounds, and pro-oxidants like heme iron and products of high temperature cooking, and endotoxins tend to be basically absent or low in legumes, whereas they're generally moderate to high in meat. And if we look at the studies on legumes and mortality, we actually had a 2023 meta-analysis of 32 cohorts, and over 1 million participants reported a 6% drop in mortality for every quarter cup or 50-gram serving of legumes. There was another study of people 70 years of age or more that reported a 7 to 8% reduction in mortality for every 20 grams, or about 2 tablespoons of legumes consumed. By contrast, red meat is consistently associated with increased mortality, whether it's processed red meat, which has the greatest impact, unprocessed red meat, or total red meat. All are associated with increased risk of mortality, as you can see. And we have studies that have actually quantified the impact. The first is a study from 2016 with over 130,000 participants followed for about 3 decades. And they found that the risk of death was reduced significantly when just 3% of calories from animal protein are replaced with plant protein. And 3% of calories in a 2,000 calorie diet is about 60 calories. That's less than 1 egg. So if we replace processed red meat, 3% of calories or 60 calories from processed red meat with plant protein sources, we reduce risk of death by 34%. If what we replace is eggs by plant protein, we reduce risk of death by 19%. With unprocessed red meat, it's 12%. With dairy products, it's 8%. And with poultry or fish, it was 6% in this study. Another study from Japan with over 70,000 individuals followed for about 20 years, they found replacing only 3% of calories from meat with plant protein resulted in a 34% drop in total mortality when what they replaced was red meat, and a 46% drop in mortality when it was processed meat. And for cancer mortality, it was 42% with red meat and 50% with processed meat. And then another study from 2020, over 400,000 participants followed for about 16 years, found replacing 3% of calories from animal protein with plant protein resulted in a 24% drop in mortality when the replacement was for eggs in males, and a 21% drop for females. And when it was red meat, it was 13% for males, 15% for females. When it was dairy, it was 8% for males and females. And when it was white meat, it was 2% for males and 5% for females. And they also found that replacing 3% of animal protein with plant protein reduced overall mortality by about 10%. And then another study found that high protein intakes, and this study was over 6,300 participants, followed for about 18 years. When people 50 to 65 years of age consume more than 20% of calories from protein, mortality went up 75%, and there was a 4-fold increase in risk of cancer and diabetes mortality. But the associations were abolished or greatly attenuated when the protein came from plants rather than animals. Now, this study did not find the same association for people 66 plus. In fact, in older adults, those with protein intakes under 10% of calories had a higher risk of overall cardiovascular and cancer mortality compared to those with moderate 10 to 19% or high greater than 20% of protein intakes, although diabetes mortality was lower. And I think this is because, you know, seniors don't absorb protein as well. They don't use amino acids as well. And it seems that in older adults, protein intakes of at least 10% appear to be necessary to reduce age-dependent weight loss, sarcopenia, excessive loss of IGF-1, and frailty, and to reduce risk of mortality. Practical pointers here, we want to make whole plant foods our primary protein sources, and that includes unprocessed or minimally processed legumes, such as cooked legumes like lentils and beans, tofu, tempeh, and soy milk, peanuts and peanut butter, and unprocessed or minimally processed nuts and seeds, intact whole grains, and fresh peas. We want to minimize less healthful choices. Highly processed foods with added fat, sugar, and salt can have variable impacts on chronic disease, and in some cases, they do increase risk. So for disease prevention and reversal, we want to avoid deep-fried foods, such as deep-fried tofu or tempeh. We want to avoid deep-fried veggie meats and highly sweetened dishes with sugary sauces. We want to limit our intake of veggie meats, which can be high in fat and salt. We want to be selective, compare labels, and just use them a little less often. And step number 6 is to replace harmful fats with healthful fats. And what we know is dietary fatty acids determine the fluidity of cell membranes and serve as substrates for bioactive compounds, including a number of eicosanoids, resolvins, and protectants. This impacts the activity and function of immune cells. Reducing total fat intake by about 10% of calories increases the proliferation capacity and activity of natural killer lymphocytes and destroys harmful cells in the early stages. So this can be very helpful to have slightly lower fat intakes. Fatty acids do impact immune function as well. Saturated fatty acids are the most inflammatory fatty acids, and they activate pro-inflammatory signaling pathways in some immune cells, such as macrophages and monocytes. Polyunsaturated fatty acids tend to do the opposite, with omega-3s being especially anti-inflammatory. They tend to reduce inflammation and produce anti-inflammatory metabolites from EPA and DHA, and they suppress allergic inflammation as well. Omega-6s have a little more variable impacts on inflammation, sometimes reducing inflammation, sometimes increasing it. But long-chain omega-3s, EPA and DHA, may not only help prevent immune-mediated disease, but may also reduce the severity of established diseases, such as inflammatory bowel diseases and arthritis. In those with low long-chain omega-3s, supplementation may provide benefits in allergy prevention. Practical pointers here, we want to cut back on saturated fat. The American Heart Association suggests not more than 5 to 6% of calories from saturated fat for heart disease risk reduction. Most governments suggest no more than 10% of calories for healthy individuals. 5 to 6% would be about 16 grams in a 2,000 calorie diet. You can see by looking at this chart that 16 grams is really easy to reach when you're eating high-fat animal products. They're very concentrated sources of saturated fat. Whereas even high-fat plant foods like nuts and seeds and tofu and avocados are very low in saturated fat. The only exception is tropical oils and coconut, which are higher in saturated fat. We want to minimize exposure to damaged fats, so avoid fried and highly processed foods, minimize oils in cooking, and if we use them, don't allow the oils to smoke. Store high-fat foods, including shelled nuts and seeds, in the refrigerator or freezer. We want to make whole plant foods our primary sources of fats because they're high in fiber and antioxidants and sterols and stanols and phytochemicals. On the other hand, concentrated fats and oils provide a lot of calories with few nutrients. So especially for disease risk reduction, we would want to limit those foods a little more. We want to optimize omega-3s. So ensuring sufficient alpha-linolenic acid 2 to 4 grams a day is a reasonable place to aim for. You know, some people may need less, especially if they consume direct sources of EPA, but we do want to consider including direct sources. Plant sources of omega-3s, we're looking at chia seeds, flax seeds, walnuts, and hemp seeds, which provide about 2 to 4 even grams per serving. 2 tablespoons of chia seeds, 3.6, 2 tablespoons of flax seeds, 3.2, and an ounce of walnuts, 2.6, and 2 tablespoons of hemp seeds, about 2. So that will get you there. And we can consider, if we're not fish consumers, microalgae-based supplements, which is basically microalgae is where fish get their long chain omega-3s. So we can get them directly from microalgae by consuming supplements. Some people don't convert ALA to EPA and DHA very well, so these supplements can be very useful, and generally 2 to 3 milligrams a day are recommended. Some people may need a little more. Step 7 is to maximize phytochemicals and antioxidants. And these antioxidants and phytochemicals have the potential to enhance both our innate and acquired immune responses. And the key mechanisms of action are they support our weapons of acquired immunity, both B and T lymphocytes. They protect the body from reactive oxygen species, they reduce inflammation, and they stop the growth of pathogenic microorganisms. They improve functioning of various cells of both innate and the innate and acquired immune systems. So basically, we want to eat our veggies and fruits. Reduced levels of antioxidants are associated with impaired immune system response and increased susceptibility to infectious disease. After vaccination, antibody count is higher in those who consume more vegetables and fruits, owing to the bioactive compounds in those foods. Practical pointers here, we want to maximize our intake of antioxidants and phytochemicals. And this means going for variety within food groups. The wider the range of vegetables, fruits, legumes, nuts, whole grain, seeds in the diet, the greater the variety and content of phytochemicals and antioxidants. We want to go for color. The richest sources are often the most colorful. To maximize protective phytochemicals and antioxidants, we might want to choose, for example, purple instead of white onions, black instead of brown rice, dark instead of light greens. And we want to eat a rainbow of vegetables and fruits. I aim for 3 green, 2 orange, yellow, 2 pink, red, 1 purple, blue, and 1 white beige every single day. We want to make dark greens a daily staple. We want to add mushrooms to the diet. These have bioactive compounds such as beta-glucan and proteins such as lectins and fungal immunomodulatory proteins that have shown to have favorable impact on immune function and have anti-tumor effects as well. We want to eat more raw foods because raw foods contain enzymes that convert phytochemicals into their active forms. And we can even just cut foods a little bit before consuming them. So the myrosinase in cruciferous vegetables, for example, helps to convert glucosinolates into isothiocyanates, and the alanase in allium vegetables help to convert allan to the active form allicin. We may want to start sprouting because the phytochemical army that's poised to protect delicate new plants often multiplies by 5 to 50 times when we sprout. We want to pile on herbs and spices because they are super concentrated in these protective compounds. Drink antioxidant-rich teas like green teas and hibiscus tea and turmeric tea. Step 8 is to minimize dietary contaminants, the worst offenders being environmental pollutants and the byproducts of high temperature cooking. Environmental pollutants include pesticides, as you would find in conventional produce, heavy metals such as the mercury in fish and seafood, and the arsenic in rice, chicken, fish, and seaweed. POPs are persistent organic pollutants in fish, meat, and dairy products. These all impact immune response. Pollutants alter immune responses and can provoke immunotoxicity. They are associated with an increased risk of chronic disease, DNA damage, reproductive problems, oxidative stress, and inflammation, and are both mutagens and carcinogens. High-fat animal products, such as fish, meat, and dairy products, are more easily contaminated because these compounds tend to move up the food chain. So what can we do? Practical pointers: eat lower on the food chain, which means essentially eating more plants. Choose local and organic when you can, and vary your grains. Inorganic arsenic increases the expression of immune regulators and can impair both innate and adaptive immune defenses. We want to eat a variety of grains, and to reduce the arsenic in rice, we can boil our rice for 5 minutes in a lot of water, like four cups of water per cup of rice, and then drain it and then proceed with usual cooking, or just cook it in a large amount of water. And the products of high temperature cooking, we're talking about heterocyclic amines, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, acrylamide, and advanced glycation end products. And the impacts here are huge. They can cause oxidative stress, inflammation, and dysbiosis, all of which negatively impact the immune system. A 2023 study reported that high temperature cooking can actually damage the DNA of food. When this damaged DNA is absorbed, it can negatively impact DNA of the consumer. And the damage appears most pronounced when meat is consumed because it's higher in DNA compared to plant foods. So the most concentrated sources of these, products of oxidation from cooking are for heterocyclic amines. We find heterocyclic amines mainly in grilled or barbecued meats, or meats cooked at high temperatures. Heterocyclic amines are not found in any plant foods at all because we don't have the compounds in plants, the creatine and creatinine that are needed to form these heterocyclic amines. Polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons are formed in any blackened foods. Acrylamide is formed in carbohydrate-rich foods cooked at high temperatures, but especially those that are rich in asparagine, like potatoes and potato products, even sweet potatoes and sweet potato products. And then advanced glycation end products are most concentrated in processed meats that have been cooked at high temperatures. Practical pointers here: avoid charred or blackened foods, especially meat, poultry, or fish. Minimize fried foods, and instead use more moist cooking methods like steaming, stewing, boiling, water sauteing. They produce fewer products of oxidation. Step number 9 is to minimize highly processed foods with additives. And highly processed foods often have food additives to enhance their color, flavor, and their shelf life. While not all food additives are harmful, many do have negative health impacts. Food additives can cause metabolic dysregulation. And toxicological analysis of food additives generally rely on their toxicity to target organs like the liver or kidney, or to their genotoxic effects. And this really may be an oversight because food additives are also important contributors to immune-mediated metabolic dysregulation, leading to obesity and obesity-related disorders. And if we look at what food additives are especially problematic, we see a number of food additives that come to light, and some that are especially problematic are aspartame, carboxymethyl cellulose, citrate, polysorbate 80, sodium, which we are all aware of, and then sucralose and saccharin, which are artificial sweeteners. So just to be aware of these compounds. And there are some studies that have looked at COVID-19 and ultra-processed food intake. And in fact, in the UK, there was a biobank study with over 41,000 participants that compared participants in the lowest quartile of ultra-processed food intake. And their risk of COVID-19 was 3% higher than people in the second quartile, 24% higher than people in the third quartile, and 22% higher than people in the fourth quartile. So quite interesting here. Practical pointers are very simple. Eat whole plant foods, minimize highly processed foods in your diet. And step number 10, our last step, is to meet needs for all essential nutrients. Macronutrients, which of course includes protein, carbohydrates, and fats, and micronutrients, vitamins and minerals, are critical for all body functions, including immune defense. Nutritional shortfalls can lead to an ineffective immune response and leave us unprotected against pathogens. And though I think all nutrients have a role in immune function, the nutrients that often come up as being especially important are listed here, and we will go through them one by one very quickly. First, protein. Protein is essential for the production of immune proteins such as cytokines and antibodies that mediate the immune response. Low protein status increases infection risk. Amino acids have multiple roles. For example, arginine is essential for the generation of nitric oxide by macrophages and regulation of gene transcription. Tryptophan is needed for the synthesis of cofactors involved in redox reactions and electron transfer. And glutathione is an antioxidant involved in the prevention of oxidative stress and the regulation of immune cell activity. Vitamin A plays a major role in immune system development and cellular immune response. It's an immune stimulator, it's an immune modulator, and it ameliorates symptoms of autoimmune and inflammatory diseases. And the key plant sources are sweet potatoes, carrots, squash, pumpkins, mangoes, papaya, all of these deep orange yellow foods. Vitamin C enhances innate immunity by killing microbes and increasing the migration of neutrophils to sites of infections. It accelerates wound healing by promoting collagen synthesis, proliferation, and the migration of fibroblasts. It improves adaptive immunity by increasing antibody production. And the key sources are citrus fruits, colored peppers, strawberries, kiwi, and some greens like broccoli and cabbage, tomatoes, and potatoes. Vitamin D protects us from acute respiratory infections. It has anti-inflammatory activity and is an immune modulator. The key sources are sunshine and UV-exposed mushrooms and fortified foods. Vitamin E is an antioxidant. It regulates cellular immunity. It modulates membrane integrity and oxidative stress in immune cells. It also activates T cells. It reduces inflammatory mediators. And the key sources are nuts and seeds and wheat germ, vegetable oils, vegetables, avocado, and mango. Selenium has critical functional, structural, and enzymatic roles in a range of proteins. It regulates synthesis of inflammatory mediators. It enhances innate immunity and upregulates cellular immunity, and it's an antioxidant. The key sources are Brazil nuts, brown rice, sunflower seeds. Iron regulates immune cell proliferation and innate immune response. It affects signaling and metabolic pathways involved in DNA synthesis and killing of microbes. And the key plant sources are lentils, beans, pumpkin seeds, tofu, and spinach. And zinc is an immune mediator with multiple roles. It enhances innate immunity. It's necessary for the development and maintenance of immune cells. And even a mild zinc deficiency has been associated with deficits in immune response. The key plant sources are lentils, beans, nuts, seeds, and whole grains. And we need to ensure nutritional adequacy in plant-based diets, and plant-based food guides can be very helpful. This is the plant-based plate from one of the books I wrote called Nourish. And basically what we want to do is select a variety of foods from within each food group, and ensure reliable sources of the nutrients that you may not get enough of, even if you do that, eating from every food group. So we need to ensure sufficient vitamin B12, vitamin D, iodine, and omega-3 fatty acids. So the take-home message from this presentation is, every time you eat or drink, you either support immunity or you undermine it. Well-designed, whole food, plant-based diets provide a powerful and effective means of protecting us from infections and disease. This is just an image of some of the books I've written, and you'll notice in the lower center that Becoming Vegan, the large edition, has been translated into Chinese. So thank you very much for your attention. It was a very big privilege for me to be with you today.
好的，感谢戴维斯女士的精彩分享，让我们对选择整全植物性饮食的健康益处有了新的认知，并且让我们了解如何一步步的制定最佳的植物基饮食方案，真的是干货满满。那么接下来就是大家非常期待的答疑环节。那在答疑环节之前，给大家分享一个非常开心的事啊！截止现在，我们有超过37万人次参会，微博热度榜第1名，点赞超过50万。那么接下来就是来到了答疑环节，有请徐佳博士也进入到直播间里面来。戴维斯女士和徐佳博士会就我们在白天在评论区收集的问题来做一个答疑。那么机会难得，也请大家动动手指，转发分享峰会链接给您的亲友和陌生人。
Thank you, Brenda, for your great presentation. I believe the critical information you have provided will help our audience around the world make life-changing decisions about their diet and lifestyle. We have some questions from the audience. Let me translate them for you.
Thank you.
The first question 第一道题请问我如何才能够激活免疫力？生活方式方面又有什么需要特别注意的？ How do we boost our immunity? Are there specific aspects in lifestyle to pay attention to?
I think that the best way to boost immunity is really to make comprehensive, healthy lifestyle choices. And this really means maintaining a healthy body weight, managing stress, getting enough sleep, staying socially connected, and then doing things like not smoking, minimizing your alcohol intake, and even practicing good hygiene. Also, we need to think about our environmental exposures, getting enough exercise, and of course, probably the most important of all is eating something I would call a high-quality diet. And a high-quality diet is really a diet that is, of course, nutritionally adequate, but consists mostly of unprocessed or minimally processed plant foods. It's a diet that's nutrient dense, and a nutrient dense diet is one that has a lot of nutrients per calorie, and it's high in fiber, and it contains few, if any, highly processed foods, red or processed meats, and other fatty animal products, especially those that are high in saturated fat.
那个 Brenda 是这么回答的，他全方面首先呢要想提高我们的激活我们的免疫力，我们需要全方面的健康的生活方式。这个包括体重、压力合理的睡眠我们要有一个很好的一个社会的一个这种连接环境以及戒烟戒酒那么良好的卫生条件那么还有一个呢一个很好的一个生活环境另外的呢还是要多运动。那么最重要的他说呢是高质量的膳食那什么是高质量的膳食呢？就是要营养充分那么而不是那种超加工很多加工，它尽量是尽少的去加工的这种食物，要高营养密度这个高营养密度呢是按卡路里每卡路里有多少营养这样的营养密度来计算，然后要高纤维要避免红肉、加工肉类以及所有的就是这种动物的脂肪也就是所有的动物性的尽量的避免动物性的食物，以及尤其是那种含有饱和脂肪的这些食物。Okay, the next one. 维生素补剂能不能加强免疫力？能的话要吃什么补剂 Could vitamin supplements help enhance immunity? If so, which ones?
I would say vitamin supplements may be helpful, but I really think making healthy lifestyle choices, including, of course, the plant-based diet, is far more important than taking supplements. Of course, supplements become very important if your diet falls short of critical nutrients, even vitamins A, B12, C, D, E, selenium, iron, zinc. If your diet tends to be, nutritionally not great, then even taking a multivitamin or a combination of supplements could be helpful. If you suffer from dysbiosis or you have a poor gut microbiome, which is not always easy to tell, but for some people, a probiotic might also be helpful. But I think for most people eating a whole food plant-based diet, the most important supplements are vitamins B12 and vitamin D. And then for some people, they may want to consider, if they don't use iodized salt or seaweed, some iodine supplement, and possibly a supplement of DHA and EPA for people that don't consume fish. So for me, those are the most important ones. Now, some people will also suggest vitamin C. But in terms of vitamin C, we know vitamin C is extremely important to immune function. It helps in so many ways, but we don't have a lot of information about these high-dose vitamin C treatments. Generally, you want to make sure you get enough, but I wouldn't probably go beyond the upper limit for vitamin C. And I'm not sure what that is in China. I know in North America, it's 2,000 milligrams per day for adults. So that's probably a good, upper limit to go with if you want to take extra when your immune system seems to be working hard.
Okay. Brenda 说啊，他说有可能维生素剂是有帮助的啊。那最重要的呢是健康的生活方式，尤其是植物性的饮食啊。那么，但是如果我们膳食如果因为什么原因缺乏了某些就是微量元素，比如说维生素 C 呀、维生素 B12、维生素 A 呀、什么锌呐等等等等啊，那么有时候可能吃多维维生素呢是有帮助的。如果我们有菌群失调啊这种情况，那么益生菌呢也会有帮助啊。那么对于真正的健康的全食物的植物性的饮食啊，这是我们所推荐的啊。那么有几个呢需要注意，一个呢是维生素 B12要补充，还有一个是维生素 D 啊。那么有些人可能会需要考虑要补充碘的补剂啊，因为有可能他的膳食里面的碘的这个来源不足。或者呢，要考虑DHA、EPA 啊这种 Omega-3 的补剂啊。另外呢，最后他又讲了，就是维生素 C 对于免疫是非常重要的，而且呢是多方面的这种作用啊。但是呢，对于高剂量维生素 C 的补充呢，数据是不够的啊。他是建议我们要摄入足够量的维生素 C， 但是不要高于那个最高的限度啊。在美国呢，这个就是每天2克或者2000毫克的这种量。Okay, so that answers our next question as well. So we'll skip to the next one. 很多专家推荐充足蛋白质摄入来提高免疫力，老师们怎么看？ Many experts recommend eating more protein to boost immunity. How do you think?
Well, I think there's no question that protein is very important for the production of immune proteins like cytokines and antibodies. And inadequate protein can increase our risk of infection. So yes, I agree that getting enough protein is very important. But I think what a lot of people don't realize is that most vegetarians and vegans do meet recommended protein intakes. And people that are eating what we call plant exclusive diets or completely vegan diets can get enough high quality protein by simply eating a variety of plant foods from each food group and getting enough calories. Sometimes protein intakes can be low if we don't get enough calories. And sometimes we see this happening, especially with older adults where they're not eating a lot of food. I think the other thing that we need to really think about is trying to include something at each meal that is a really good source of protein. And of course, the most concentrated protein source in the plant-based world is legumes. And so this is the food group we really want to focus on to boost our protein intake. The richest protein sources are things like tofu and tempeh and other soy foods like edamame and soy milk, but also other things like beans, lentils, split peas, and even veggie meat alternatives can provide high quality, very digestible protein. So we want to include something from the legume group, I would say at least 2 or 3 times a day. And then of course, the other way we can fortify our diet is to have, nuts and seeds and whole grains, and even non-starchy vegetables can contribute. They have a high proportion of their calories from protein, but they're very low in calories. So you can't count on them as really big sources of protein, but they can make a contribution. And then of course, protein powders can provide a sort of a convenient way to boost protein for people that really struggle to meet their needs. And this could be older adults, or some athletes may need an extra boost. But I think for most people, protein powders are not necessary at all.
那个 Brenda 是这么回答的，他说是就是确实蛋白质呢对于我们的免疫力呢是非常重要的。尤其呢，对于合成一些免疫里面重要的因子，比如说细胞因子抗体等等如果我们缺乏蛋白质呢，我们会增加我们感染的风险。但是呢，多数人不知道素食者包括纯素食者是可以满足他们的蛋白质需求的而且也能够满足他们高质量的蛋白的这种需求那么只要我们每天吃不同的多种不同的食物在不同的食物群里面选择食物并且呢，我们获得充足的热量那我们的蛋白质呢就是够的那么对于老人的话，有时候他可能吃的食物比较少，这样他的热量有可能不够，最后导致一种蛋白质缺乏这也是一个需要注意的那么他建议呢，每一餐我们都至少选择一种食物，它是一种高蛋白的食物，比如说是豆类那么最高蛋白质含量最高比例的呢，比如说就是豆腐天贝还有豆浆还有一些其他的那种就是低脂豆类就那种杂豆他建议呢，我们每一天呢要吃这种豆类是2到3次也就是说对2到3次。那除此之外呢，我们还可以通过比如说吃一些坚果、全谷物以及这个非淀粉类蔬菜，这些都是对于蛋白质的摄入都是有贡献的。那么当然了，对于蛋白粉来讲，他是建议就是说，比如说成人，尤其是运动员他们如果有这个需求的话是可以补充的，但是大多数人都是不需要蛋白质蛋白粉的。Okay, that's it. Next one. Okay. 素食者体重过轻会不会免疫力下降、免疫力差抵抗力下降、免疫力差 Could a vegan diet cause underweight and lower immunity?
Well, I would say generally, as we move from an omnivorous diet to a more completely plant-based diet, the risk of underweight does increase, but the risk of overweight dramatically decreases. So it can be an advantage in that regard, especially in North America, where we have such a high percent of the population who are overweight. In fact, there was a huge study looking at, the weights of people eating different dietary patterns. And the only group that was within the healthy weight range were the vegans. So I think it's an advantage in that regard, but we do want to protect ourselves from being underweight. In terms of immunity, I would say, if anything, well-nourished vegans are actually at an advantage. And in fact, there were a couple of reviews fairly recent reviews that assessed dietary patterns and inflammatory and immune response or biomarkers. And one was released in 2020, and it was a review of 21 cross-sectional studies that found that they compared vegans, vegetarians, and omnivores, and the CRP levels were by far the lowest among the vegans compared to the other dietary groups. And there was another 2019 study that found that looked at pooled effects of vegetarian dietary patterns, and they were associated with lower levels of CRP, fibrinogen, and total leukocyte concentrations, and generally found to provide favorable biomarkers for both inflammation and immune status. And then I thought that was very interesting. There was a 2022 study that actually looked at the impact of plant-based diets on communicable diseases caused by viruses. And it suggested significant advantages in reducing both the occurrence and severity of diseases caused by viruses for those consuming plant-based diets. And so I think vegans, and we need to be well-nourished, making sure we have a source of vitamin B12 and vitamin D, and other essential nutrients, of course. But I think we actually are at an advantage because we have less inflammation, less oxidative stress, a better gut microbiome, and other markers of inflammation and immune function.
一般来说，从杂食过渡到素食那么低体重的风险会增加同时呢，体重超重的风险呢会降低。那尤其对于现当今的这种社会那么就是超重这种比例呢是远远高于低体重的所以说呢，就是总的来讲呢，就这种素食是对我们的这个体重是有优势的那么有一个研究他发现呢，就是唯一健康的这个体重，他把这不同的人群，包括纯素素食，还有什么杂食等等，唯一健康的体重呢是素食，是纯素其他的都是超重或者肥胖那么所以呢，我们当然我们要注意我们就是如果有低体重，我们要注意就是预防我们的低体重。那么如果我们采取营养充足的这种纯素的饮食那是肯定是有优势那么他又举了一些研究比如说有一项研究他研究的这个炎症和免疫指标这个这是一个涉及20个截面的一个荟萃研究结果发现呢，纯素食者CRP 就是 C 反应蛋白这种炎症指标呢是最低的。另外呢，有一项2009年这个研究，结果发现素食者有更低的炎症指标比如说包括什么白细胞包括 CRP， 还有什么就是纤维，就是什么就是什么成纤维蛋白那些都是更低那么有利的，另外它是它是有优势的这种就是生物标食物也就是这是2009年的研究。另外呢，在最近2022年有另外一项研究他发现呢素食这是研究的素食与病毒性传染性的疾病结果发现素食者他的感染和那种重症的几率呢都是大幅的下降所以说最后他总结就是说，对于我们纯素食者，你要摄入就是有足够的营养尤其是 B12注意维生素 B12、维生素 D 这样的补充，那么纯素食肯定是有利的因为呢我们的炎症指标更低，我们的氧化应激更低，我们有更好的肠道菌群。Okay, the next question. 剖腹产宝宝免疫力比顺产的低下吗？如何改善？Are babies born through C-sections have a lowered immunity compared to those delivered normally? How could we improve it?
Oh, yes, there's no question that there's a disadvantage for babies born via a C-section compared to those born vaginally. And it's just because babies that are born vaginally acquire gut microbes from their mothers as they're being squeezed through the birth canal. those born via C-section do not acquire their mother's microbes. And there's some studies suggesting that they appear to collect hospital-acquired bacteria instead. So this is, not good news for these babies. They tend to have a higher risk for asthma and allergies. But many studies show the difference is much reduced by 1 year of age. So it's important that we do what we can to ensure that the babies develop a healthy gut microbiome as they're growing. And so, of course, for the first 6 months, the best thing to do is to provide breast milk. And then once solid foods become introduced to the baby, we want to make sure that we're including foods that provide prebiotics and eventually probiotics as well. But prebiotics include certain types of fiber from whole plant foods. So we want to make sure that we're providing a range of legumes, tofu, fruits and vegetables, whole grains, and even nut and seed creams or butters that are made appropriate for the baby to consume. These foods will all be beneficial to the baby's gut microbiome. So I think those are the main steps. And then usually by 9 to 12 months, the gut flora will have improved and adjusted.
Brenda 说呢，就是这剖腹产的这种宝宝呢，确实比起顺产的宝宝呢，它是不利的，因为呢，在顺产的时候呢，通过产道啊，那个婴儿呢会获得一个健康的一个肠道的一种最开始的初始的菌群啊，但是相反啊，如果是采取这种剖腹产的话，有可能会获得医院里来的一些不好的有害的细菌。于是呢，那么这种剖腹产的儿童呢，他就有更多的风险，来发生过敏的现象、哮喘的现象等等。然后呢，很多研究发现，大约1年之后啊，那这种现象的比例呢可能会下降，所以说这里面最重要的呢是要尽量的要是在这个1岁啊1年以内啊这个过程中呢，要给我们的孩子的这个肠道菌群让它发展的比较好。前6个月呢，要采取母乳的喂养，那么在母乳之后开始加入固体食物的时候呢，一定要包括含有益生菌益生元或者呢也可能含有一点益生菌的这种食物。那益生元最主要的食物呢，就是丰富的膳食纤维啊，它举出了比如说蔬菜、水果、豆类和谷类啊，那么一些豆子啊、豆腐啊，然后呢坚果啊等等啊这些食物啊，就是这种全食物的全植物的这种食物呢，是最好的一种选择啊。到9到12个月的时候呢，我们的这个孩子的菌群呢，基本就定型了。Okay, I think now I think that's all the questions, Brenda. Please
wonderful.
Yeah, please accept my deepest thanks for all you have done to support our conference. With continuing effort of inspiring educators like you, a plant-centered approach has now become the core dietary recommendations by almost all professional health associations, which a healthful plant-based diet would help our society to heal from pains and sufferings. Thank you so much, Brenda.
Well, I thank you so much for having me as part of this very important lifestyle medicine conference. I'm very excited about what's happening in Asia and China, and I'm so very honored to be a part of it. So thank you so much.
好的，感谢戴维斯女士和徐佳博士的精彩答疑，应该对您心中的疑惑有了一个解答。如果没有的话也没关系，之后和明天的峰会议程之中依然有着答疑的环节，大家可以随时在评论区里面留言。那么接下来我们有请的嘉宾是全球知名的生活方式医学领域的倡导者和教育家伊丽莎白·迪恩教授。迪恩教授是加拿大不列颠哥伦比亚大学医学院物理治疗系荣誉退休教授， 他的学术和临床职业生涯跨越了全球的各个角落，并被邀请到超过35个国家进行演讲和教学。他与国际团队一起召开了4次全球健康物理治疗峰会。他的临床实践和学术研究都集中在最大限度地提高人们的健康，特别是针对那些多发性疾病。那么下面就给大家带来迪恩教授的改变生活方式以强健人体免疫力，有请迪恩教授。
Hello, it gives me great pleasure and great honor to have been invited to speak at the 5th International Conference on Nutrition and Lifestyle Medicine with the special theme of enhancing human immunity through lifestyle changes. But first, greetings from Canada. This is my part of the world, just across the Pacific Ocean. I live and work in Vancouver, Canada. What you see in the foreground is our Stanley Park, which we're very proud of. And to the left, outside the picture, is the University of British Columbia, where I hold a faculty position. I want to tell you something about my background. And I started off in intensive care as a physical therapist. Now, physical therapy is a relatively new profession in China. But what we do is that we exploit non-drug and non-surgical interventions to maximize people's health. And in the early part of my career, I loved the problem solving in intensive care. I loved the teamwork. And I spent a lot of time researching this oxygen transport pathway and how we could maximize this in patients who are critically ill in intensive care. But I realized halfway through my career, I was returning from a professional visit in Singapore, where I visited the Singapore General Hospital. It had 12 ICUs. And I realized on the flight back that most people in the intensive care units should not be there. So I changed the trajectory of my career and moved in more to community health and seeing patients with multimorbidity, that is multiple problems. They might have had back pain, but they also had risk factors for the non-communicable diseases. So how were we able to address those conditions as well as reducing issues related to back pain or other problems? That led to our textbook, Cardiovascular and Pulmonary Physical Therapy, Evidence to Practice. But what was important in the 5th edition of this book is that we had epidemiology as a basis for informing our practice. And that was, again, bringing in that layer of the non-communicable diseases for which most people, including children, have risk factors or manifestations of these conditions. We have now, I'm proud to say, have published this text in its 6th edition just last year. And I'm also proud to know that working with Chinese colleagues, that the 5th edition was translated into Chinese so that our Chinese colleagues could benefit from the information. And hopefully the 6th edition, which also has an electronic version, will be in Chinese as well. But let's think about nutrition being the backbone of health. The World Health Organization has, over the last 50 or 70 years, have paid particular attention to nutrition beyond, we used to think that nutritional problems were related to starvation, which 50, 70 years ago, that was the primary nutritional problem on the planet. But now we know that nutrition in the West and increasingly in middle and lower income countries are now having problems with nutrition-related non-communicable diseases. So today's path, as I call it, is to understand immunity, which is the theme of this conference, and its dysfunction related to non-communicable diseases. We don't think of the non-communicable diseases as being related to immunity, but they very much are. to understand the relationship between our immune status and lifestyle practices, with special attention to plant-based nutrition. And third, to be an effective knowledge translator in our healthcare practices to maximize patients' immunity and overall health. And I understand that we have many health professionals, different types of health professions represented in the audience today. And we really do need to work together, translating the evidence. The evidence is abundant. And over the last 50 or 70 years, we have not translated this into practice as much as we should have. We call ourselves health professionals, so we need to be committed to the overall health of patients. But we also say that we're evidence-based. We're very proud to be evidence-based. But if we look carefully, we have not been translating that evidence into our practice. And I'm hoping that my Chinese colleagues will recognize the importance of this and perhaps be the epicenter of change around the world. So what are China's leading healthcare problems? Well, like in the West, cancer, heart disease are the two primary causes of death. Cerebrovascular disease, high blood pressure, stroke, blockages in the brain, and diabetes, type 2 diabetes, has become rampant in the West. And when we look at these issues in China in particular, and there have been alarm bells being sounded now for well over 10 years. And this particular editorial says something very interesting at the bottom. It says that if China, known to be a world leader in business and technology, can achieve progress in the effective prevention and control of non-communicable diseases, it can also become a world leader in health. That's a very important point, and I'll return to that toward the end. Now, in 2017, there was this very important commentary, Healthy China 2030, a vision for healthcare that was put forward by the government. And there were several very important steps in the plan: preventing chronic disease and enhancing the health of all people being a priority, and to enhance social policy and institutional systems for the implementation of the plan for a Healthy China 2030. And 2030 is not very far away. So what have we learned? Well, when we think about the non-communicable diseases, cancer, several cancers, heart disease, hypertension, stroke, obesity, Alzheimer's disease, when we look closely, they're actually pathologically coming from the same fundamental problem. So they're the same contributors and therefore the same solution. So even though they manifest differently, they all have some common features. That is diet. The solutions are eating a more plant-based diet, and I'll talk about the research behind that. Exercising regularly, getting enough sleep, managing stress, having good social connections. As humans, we need good social connectivity, and we need to continue to challenge our brains. So Dr. Michael Greger, who has been one of the leading scholars in advocating plant-based nutrition, and has said very clearly that diet is the leading killer. When we look at all those conditions, if we could get the diet piece right, these conditions could well be the least dominant conditions that people are dying from. Not only dying from, but suffering from for many, many years, which places not only a hardship on individuals, but on their families. So the dietary guidelines, Dr. Greger has many YouTube clips, as well as his website, nutritionfacts.org, which I highly recommend, and he has a couple of books that are very well referenced. The World Health Organization talks about malnutrition B, and that these non-communicable diseases, which are largely nutrition-related, heart disease, several cancers, hypertension, stroke, type 2 diabetes, obesity, certain gastrointestinal diseases, compromised immunity, renal disease, Alzheimer's disease, are associated with a high inflammatory load. This is important because a high inflammatory load stresses the immune system. And once the immune system is stressed, we get these conditions that we mentioned, the non-communicable conditions, stressing the immune system. All these conditions are associated with chronic low-grade systemic inflammation, which relates back to the unnatural standard American diet. And these, even though there's a traditional Chinese diet, the American diet is beginning to infiltrate, and we're seeing more fast foods and processed foods in China, which I have visited many times over the last 25 years. So also, when we talk about immune system, we're very aware that in infectious disease, in infection, our immune system is compromised and we become more susceptible to infective organisms. And we know that the gut microbiome is very important in establishing immune status and keeping our immune systems healthy. And the gut microbiome is very dependent, of course, on what we feed it, what we feed those bacteria. So this article was very interesting because it talked about the nutrition in the context of infectious diseases and its importance of managing these conditions with throughout life with good nutrition. So let's talk about this inflammatory process, because we're all aware if we injure ourselves, we have localized acute inflammation, redness, swelling, pain in response to a wound, being injured or injuring ourselves somehow. But then there's also chronic low-grade systemic inflammation, which we are much less aware of because it doesn't hurt and it's not red and it doesn't compromise our mobility. But it occurs over the course of our lives. So we see the beginnings of this in childhood. Adverse lifestyle practices that chronically activate the immune system. So the inflammation is a process designed to protect us against factors such as infections, toxins, and trauma. So these adverse lifestyle practices, such as poor nutrition, such as inactivity, poor sleep, increased body weight, stress, these are also traumas to the body and to the immune system that stresses it and increases our oxidative stress and therefore stresses the immune system. So the common pathway, this was a review article that showed very clearly that specific foods are now known to exert strong effects on inflammatory pathways within the body. Carefully selecting foods that are anti-inflammatory in nature while avoiding foods that are pro-inflammatory is central to an anti-inflammatory diet plan. We published this article in 2012 where we talked about these issues, prescribing optimal nutrition and physical activity as first-line interventions for the best practice management of this low-grade inflammation. Now, this was in the context of osteoarthritis. Many patients with osteoarthritis have underlying heart disease or high blood pressure, abnormal blood sugar. So we considered these conditions underlying osteoarthritis, in addition to osteoarthritis potentially having an inflammatory component. So chronic low-grade systemic inflammation. How does it occur? The pro-inflammatory Western lifestyle practices. And these became more prominent after 1950. There was a huge increase in smoking. Fortunately, now in the West, people are smoking less. Poor quality nutrition. What does poor quality nutrition mean? We'll talk about next. Overweight, obesity. So this can be independent of, you do not necessarily have to be overweight to have systemic low-grade inflammation. Unhealthy alcohol use, sedentariness, that's sitting too much, physical inactivity, which is different, lack of exercise, poor sleep quality and quantity, and unmanageable stress. All these create inflammation, particularly in our arteries. Now, when the pandemic broke out, some colleagues and I, including a Chinese colleague, too, actually, Alice Jones herself is Chinese, and Homa Peng-Ming Yu, we wrote this article on immunomodulating. That is modulating the immune system with lifestyle behavior change to reduce SARS susceptibility and having COVID. And so we based this, it was a theoretical paper, that what we understood about immunity and diet and exercise, and how we could help reduce people's susceptibility to the virus and getting COVID. And within months of that, out came a study that actually showed diet quality and risk and severity of COVID-19. And a dietary pattern characterized by healthy plant-based foods was associated with a lower risk of SARS infection. And if you had COVID, the severity would be less. This was very important because it showed a direct relationship between plant-based nutrition, healthy nutrition, and stronger immunity and less and more resistance to viral infection. So over the years, much has been written about how the Western diet and lifestyle drive the pandemic of obesity and what we call the diseases of civilization, or non-communicable diseases. The pathway has been very well documented, and we all understand that the dangers of the highly processed foods, the domination of animal-sourced foods in this diet compromise our immunity, and which then manifests into the non-communicable diseases. This study came out many years ago, and it's been repeated since, that even a single high-fat meal, and as you know, the Western diet is high in fat, sugar, and salt, it impairs endothelial function. So if you have a high-fat meal, it's a breakfast and then lunch and dinner, your endothelium of your blood vessels is constantly being injured. And of course, over time, this can manifest into serious health consequences. So the standard or SAD diet, the standard American diet, is pathogenic and needs to be avoided. We cannot introduce our children. So Dr. Neil Barnard has written much on plant-based nutrition, which is highly consistent now with the World Health Organization guidelines. And what he has written about in this editorial is that ignorance of nutrition is no longer defensible. We know so much about the role of nutrition. It is the foundation of health, and that the weight of the evidence is overwhelming in terms of what we should be eating for maximal health and longevity, a healthy long life with the least disability and illness. Now, of course, much can be said also about smoking, even though certainly Western countries still have 15–20% of people who do smoke, but the tobacco companies are now moving to Asia and are now putting a nice Asian face onto the Marlboro Man, which is very sad, because the sales of tobacco products are very high in Asia and in low-income countries, where the markets are higher and there's less understanding about the danger of tobacco. So even though I'm focusing on nutrition and immunity in this talk, we cannot ignore the need for smoking cessation in our patients. Also, lack of exercise has been well documented to be a major cause of all chronic diseases, and how it is protective for all systems in terms of health and well-being. sedentary activity, just sitting. You can be going and exercising at a good level 3 to 5 times a week at a therapeutic level that creates some conditioning. But if you're sitting for the other 23.5 hours, that is an independent risk factor for cardiometabolic disease. So we now need to think about how much sitting and to ask our patients about their sitting behaviors. And of course, there's way too much stress. And this seems to be increasing in our children, in young adults, in the elderly. We need to think about how we are living, and our lives should be serving us. And we should be happy in our lives and in our workspaces. This stress, as well as other factors, has created a prevalence of sleep disturbances in Chinese adolescents and in adults. And it is compromising how long we sleep and the quality of that sleep, because it's interfering with REM sleep. So this is also critically important, because this creates and contributes further to this chronic low-grade systemic inflammation. So what can we do to keep our immune systems healthy and strong? Eat a plant-based diet, exercise regularly, get enough sleep, managing our stress, having healthy social interactions, and to challenge our brain. But remember, eating a plant-based diet is so fundamental to our immune status, to our health overall, that nutrition is clearly the foundation of our health. And that is why I shall focus particularly on this aspect in this address. Dean Ornish has written for over 30 years about the importance of nutrition, and particularly a plant-based diet, in terms of undoing it, in English, to undo, to reverse, how simple lifestyle changes can reverse most chronic diseases. And he showed this with angiographic evidence, that's very objective evidence of reversing atherosclerosis in patients. Now, they had to be on this diet for a year to see this kind of dramatic benefit, but the disease process did not occur over a short period of time, but it showed complete reversal of atherosclerosis. No drug has ever shown such a dramatic effect, but this particular dietary regimen with exercise was very, very beneficial to these patients. So even though these are recommended to our patients, they're still sent home with many medications, and surgical procedures are recommended, and yet we do not exploit this particular intervention as much as we should. Michael Clapper also has been a vegan. He does not consume animal-sourced foods for over 40 years, and he has been a very strong proponent and educator of healthy nutrition, and it's the food that contributes to so much of human suffering related to these conditions. Now, Dr. Thomas Campbell has made a tremendous contribution. He conducted over a 20-year study in China called the China Study, and he looked at urban, rural, and many different aspects of people's nutrition. And those Chinese who ate predominantly whole food, vegan diet, that is no animal products, including beef, pork, poultry, fish, cheese, eggs, milk, and had low intake of processed foods, that is refined carbohydrates, they prevented, reduced, or reversed the development of many, many non-communicable diseases. He concluded without any qualification that eating foods that contain any cholesterol or saturated fat is unhealthy, and that we do need adequate levels of vitamin D, which we get from the sun, and supplements of vitamin B12 in case of complete avoidance of animal products. We used to get vitamin B12 from the soil, a little bit of soil that coated our vegetables, but now we have our sanitation standards have increased to the point where we do not get vitamin B12 as much from our vegetable sources. Dr. Campbell has written prolifically on this topic, and more recently, this review, Nutrition Renaissance, that means like a revival in English, and public health policy. And what he concluded was, at the bottom, that the evidence shows strong support for the suggestion that nutrition is more effective and far more affordable in maintaining and restoring, that is, treating health, than all the pills and procedures combined. That's a very strong statement. So given that, given the strength of nutrition, we should be putting far more priority. All the health professions need to be focusing on this in every patient. Another reason for this is that in 2015, a study was published in the Journal of the American Medical Association that showed that patients' expectations of the benefits of biomedicine, that is, drugs and surgery, were overestimated, that the benefits were overestimated and the harms were underestimated. So patients have this belief that pills or genetic manipulation, surgery, that they believe that these interventions are more beneficial than actually changing their diet or exercising more, sleeping better, having less stress. We need to change this attitude. This is not to say that drugs and surgery do not have a role. They do, and particularly in the acute situations. But for long-term change, we have to focus on lifestyle behavior change. There's been now considerable attention on China, given being the most populated country in the world. Building a Healthy China is a great resource through this website. So look for it, and it's all in Mandarin and gives very, very good advice. But there's a lot of awareness in many countries about what we should be eating, but it's not to the extent supported by decades of evidence. So this is what, as a health professional, you have heard, that we should all be eating more fruit and vegetables, having more nuts and seeds, less saturated fat, less sodium, less sugar for maximal health and maximal immunity. But this is what you need to hear as health professionals. And this is what we need to promote in our patients. Whole food, very little, if any, processing. Unfortunately, the processed food has become way too accessible. It needs to be plant-based. Most of what we eat needs to be plants. Low fat, no added sugar, no more than a teaspoon of salt every day. Remember, soy sauce is very high in sodium, so no more than 1 teaspoon of salt a day across all meals. But this will come as the greatest surprise to you. No animal-sourced foods. We are not designed to consume. We have culturally and behaviorally, we have adopted and consume animal-sourced foods, beef, pork, sheep, dairy, eggs, fish, but we are not designed to consume these products. And when we do, the more we do, the sicker we become. So this is a power plate. This, again, this website, the powerplate.org, gives some information about the balance between these various food groups, and gives some explanation about how we can integrate these foods and meal by meal, because every meal matters. And I'd like to give special attention to Dr. Zhao Zhu, who kindly has invited me to give this address, but he and his team did an amazing journey cycling across China with a vegan message from Shanghai to Lhasa, and he gave multiple lectures to inform health professionals in those communities, to help inform the public about the importance of vegan nutrition, which vegan means no animal-sourced foods. My husband and I have been, for many years now, have not been consuming animal-sourced foods because of the health issues surrounding them. Not only the issues, but for better health, better immunity. But some of the most compelling evidence really comes from how we are designed. Now, Dr. Milton Mills, who is a knowledge translator in the field of nutrition, he's a physician, and he compared on 18 dimensions of anatomy and physiology of 3 types of primary animals. We've got the carnivores, which are meat eaters, primarily, omnivores, which eat animal-sourced foods, meats and vegetables, or vegetables, and then the herbivores that only eat vegetation. So then he asked the question, well, where do people fit in? Because we commonly believe that we're in this category, that we believe we are omnivores, because culturally we've adapted that way, and behaviorally we have acquired a taste for these kinds of foods. But what he found when he compared these 18 characteristics, main characteristics of anatomy and physiology of eating, that humans are actually herbivores, that we are vegan by design, and are not designed to eat animal-sourced foods. And recently, this book, Ultra Processed People, because that's been one issue since the 1950s, has been that we have consumed more and more animal-sourced foods, which it has not been good for the planet, because most of the foods that we grow are mostly to feed animals, which is not efficient. It takes up a lot of water. If we gave that food directly and people consumed it directly, we could feed everybody on the planet, and it would consume and use much less of our valuable water. But Dr. Chris Tullican, he wrote this book, Ultra Processed People, and it is what happens to us when we consume all these packaged foods with many ingredients that we do not understand even the name of, that we don't have that product in our cupboard. And he actually put himself on a diet for 1 month, just eating these ultra-processed foods. And most people in the United States now get 60 to 70% of their calories from ultra-processed foods, which is very, very serious problem. And he started to, in 1 month, he was showing serious health issues. So this is the NOVA food classification that originated by scholars in Brazil. You know, your grandparents never ate processed foods, really, or minimally processed foods. That foods, they had no processing or minimal processing techniques. This is not to say this is ideal, because now we do not recommend, of course, meat, but this is what would be categorized as unprocessed. Then we have the processed culinary ingredients, the fat, sugar, and salt, and oils that we add to foods. Those have been as one level of processing. Those are culinary ingredients. The processed foods themselves have undergone significant changes in the way that they have been industrialized to sit on shelves, to sell and not spoil. And then the ultra-processed foods, these are derived from foods or parts of foods and being added to make them taste nice, to look good, store well on a shelf for weeks and weeks and weeks. These are highly problematic. These are highly injurious to health. The processed foods are injurious to health, and we have to keep these ingredients down to a bare minimum. Now, the blue zoners, or the blue zone areas of the world, are 5 areas of the world where people live well over 100, but not only do they live many years, but they have little end-of-life illness or disability. And we tend to think, well, as you age, well, you get sicker and you get more disabled. No, in these zones of the world, they have minimal end-of-life illness or disability. And what are the characteristics of these individuals? Strong family ties, tend not to smoke, have a plant-based diet, are constantly physically active, socially engaged, and legumes, peas and beans, lentils. These are the characteristics of people who live these long lives in a healthy way. Now, the impact of health promotion interventions on telomere length, we often pay a lot of attention to how old is somebody, but their chronological, the number of years that they've lived, is not nearly as important as their biological age. And biological age is determined by these telomeres. These are the ends of our chromosomes in our cells. And these are designed to protect the ends of our chromosomes so they don't fray. So it maintains the integrity and health of the chromosome. Now, with age, there are changes because the cell divides, the chromosome divides, and there is shortening. But what compromises these the most is dietary antioxidants and these are the foods that help prevent shortening of these chromosomes. But dietary antioxidants, consumption of antioxidant-rich plant-derived foods maintain telomere length. So the standard Western diet compromises telomere length and shortens them. So comprehensive lifestyle intervention strategies show very encouraging impacts in delaying or offsetting telomere shortening. So just again, nutrition and longevity, a healthy, low-sugar, plant-based diet with a reduced intake of energy-dense meat and processed meat. The intake of animal proteins, which are generally high in methionine levels, should be well reduced, optimized in favor of plant-based proteins by also considering age-dependent issues. And many studies now, many reviews, the health risks associated with meat consumption is being documented in those countries with high meat consumption. And here's another review, meat consumption risk of 25 common conditions. Higher unprocessed red meat, processed meat, and poultry consumption associated with higher risks of several conditions. Total meat a supply may be a significant risk factor for cardiovascular disease worldwide, and largely because of the high saturated fat. And that was just published in January of this year. Now, when we look at the pagoda, I like to look wherever I go in the world, and I teach internationally, I look at the food guidelines. And I've looked at this pagoda. It may have been revised because I've been using this for some time now, but there is no evidence for the top part of this pagoda. So let's think about one of our favorite animals, the panda. Imagine it needs a specific diet. If we fed it the wrong diet, the panda would not be healthy. In the same way, when we feed ourselves improper, unhealthy diet, it compromises our health as well. The Harvard Medical School published this 3 years ago, this special health report, because in the West, we have a gazillion diets and people love fad diets and think, I'm going to be healthier, I'm going to lose weight. But there are very few that actually are consistent with good health. And they reviewed 39 of these popular nutrition regimens. And the Mediterranean diet, which many of you may have heard of, has actually been one of the most well-studied diets in the world. But in addition to that, it's been associated with good health outcomes. Now, it is changing in those Mediterranean countries. People are becoming more westernized, but the classic Mediterranean diet was actually shown to be generally healthy. However, there are these, these animal-sourced foods at the top. And again, the more that people consume this, even in the Mediterranean countries, the sicker they become. So if we look at the Chinese vegan food pyramid, it has all the appropriate evidence-based food groups. Fruit and vegetables at the bottom, multigrains. Now, again, you've been processing your rice, white rice. In my home, we only have brown rice or black rice. Again, it was done because people like the purity and look of white rice. Sometimes you get white rice that's fortified, meaning vitamins have been added back. But the healthiest diet or rice is in its unprocessed form and is the best for our immune status as well as these fruit and vegetables. Soy products, nuts and seeds, and again, minimizing various calorie-dense foods at the top. Now, this Mediterranean diet, as I mentioned, was one of the most well-studied diets in the world. And so it became what we call in English a gold standard, because the health outcomes were so good. A team under the direction of Neil Bernard compared this gold standard with a low-fat vegan diet. And this was done in a very sophisticated research design of what was called a randomized crossover trial. And what did they find? That a low-fat vegan diet improved body weight over the Mediterranean diet, improved lipid concentrations, insulin sensitivity, and blood pressure was improved in both groups, but it was slightly more reduced in the Mediterranean diet. But overall, the low-fat vegan diet, that is no animal source foods, no eggs, dairy, meat, poultry, or seafood, had superior outcomes to the Mediterranean diet. So this, whenever we now are looking at and comparing, if we need to, I don't need to be convinced that the low-fat vegan diet should be the new gold standard. We've known for many years the food-based dietary patterns and chronic disease prevention. This has been, and now the whole food, plant-based nutrition, Eat Lancet Commission that came out in 2019, very important, saying both for individual health and planetary health, we need to move to a plant-based vegan diet, whole food diet, low fat. Long-term adherence to such a healthy diet reduces chronic inflammation. This was a very important study done with several thousand people. Maintaining and improving adherence to a healthy diet may reduce long-term inflammation, which underlies all those non-communicable diseases. Greater adherence to a healthy eating pattern of eating is associated with lower physical impairment. And in fact, now there's the plant-based athlete, the role of diet in preventing or delaying a decline in physical function with age. But also, I want my patients to be maximally functional. They don't all need to run marathons or do athletic events. But if it's good for athletes, then it's going to be good for my patients in improving their function. So we want to promote healthy eating, not only for disease reduction, but for maximizing physical function, because we've reduced that chronic low-grade inflammation and stress to the immune system. In China, you have many superfoods that can support immunity and health. Many, many wonderful cabbages. We call those cruciferous vegetables. And you have many, many mushrooms, and we now appreciate how healthy mushrooms are for health and for immunity, and the need to consume more brown rice rather than white rice. I mentioned earlier Dr. Dean Ornish's work program for reversing heart disease. Now, you don't need to be a cardiologist to see that here this was very serious left anterior descending artery, very severely blocked. But after many months of being on a whole food, plant-based diet, vegan diet, coupled with exercise, this artery, you can see, is completely open, completely patent. The DASH diet, this is dietary approaches to stop hypertension. Now, it is plant-based, but it is not to the exclusion of animal-sourced foods, but even then, with a preponderance of vegetables and fruits and grains and low-fat foods, you can reduce your systolic blood pressure by 11 points, exercise by an additional 5, losing weight by 5 more potassium-based foods, which you get in your vegetables and fruits, reducing your salt by 5, and limiting alcohol by 4. So the combination and the combined benefit of these interventions on high blood pressure could avoid the use of medication. So we need to think about the patient may, if their blood pressure is extremely high, may need blood pressure medication. But if we can couple it with these and explain to the patient how important these are, follow them up, and hopefully reduce the need for medication over time, that would be a tremendous outcome. Dr. Neil Bernard's program for reversing diabetes, this is evidence-based, again, addressing the whole food plant-based diet, reverses type 2 diabetes. It can also benefit type 1 diabetics as well. And again, through that link between maximizing immunity, reducing oxidative stress. Now, this individual, this is not poor willpower or bad genes. This young man is the victim of the environment, the foods that are available, the ultra-processed foods, not having guidance about food selection. And we call this, has become term now diabesity, the combination of obesity with diabetes. And if he does not have diabetes already, he certainly will soon. We're all responsible for increasing demand and prevalence of reducing the standard American diet with poor nutritional quality and not consistent with human dietary needs. So the standard American diet is also engineered for its addictiveness. More and more studies are showing what foods may be addictive, the role of processing food, content, and glycemic load. The addiction potential of hyperpalatable food, that means food is designed to be craved and is marketed to be craved. And so it's made to appeal to our palates because we want energy, but we cannot overdo the energy. It's in our basic foods. This is the addiction potential of hyperpalatable foods. Marketing strategies used by processed food manufacturers to increase and consolidate their power. This has become a serious issue, and we in the health professions need to take a stand that this is not acceptable. Our children are becoming addicted to very unhealthy foods that are harming them. The Asian epidemic of lifestyle-related conditions, this has been well documented, and the alarm bells sounded over 20 years ago. Governments, people, although we need to take responsibility, we as health professionals committed to the evidence, we need to promote and be involved with the establishing of health policy. And what's happened in Western countries is that these industries are informing and influencing our food guidelines, and this is not appropriate. These companies that are only concerned about selling products, not concerned about human health, cannot be at the policy table when it comes to setting food guidelines. So when go to our Chinese grocery stores, I see a lot of this. This is pathogenic. We cannot be eating these kinds of foods. The standard American diet, as I've mentioned, is very harmful to health, but the healthful traditional Chinese, I know it's changing, but when we see what our grandparents and their parents were eating, it is nothing like we're eating today. And in China, it used to be, there's much more cooking with oil now than there was 70 years ago when there was more steam-based cooking, which is much healthier. So very briefly, we can reset our taste buds. We have acquired a taste for these foods, but over weeks and months, we can change our old taste buds and our patients' taste buds to new taste buds, where this kind of food will no longer be appealing. Dr. Clapper talks about the easy way to switch to a plant-based diet and how to thrive on a vegan diet without any animal-sourced foods. So there are many resources that we can use ourselves as well as direct our patients toward. Dr. Greger also has a very nice app for and defines what a serving, these various servings are. State-of-the-art documentaries. I urge you, The Game Changers, What the Health, Milked, White Lies from Dairyland, Cowspiracy, Eating Ourselves to Extinction. These are evidence-based, very important documentaries that I hope that you will have an opportunity to, I enjoy listening to them over and over again because I learn so much from them. And in the West, we enjoy Chinese food very much. It has become more fat and it has animal-sourced foods, but you'll find more books like this, The Chinese Vegan Kitchen and Vegan Chinese in our bookstores. So people love Chinese food, but they want to make it egg-free, dairy-free, meat-free. And this particular book has recipes from the various regions of China because there's great differences in the various parts of China. And we also need to talk about factory farming. This is a very ugly industry. If we really think about that we're kind, humane individuals and kind, humane societies, we cannot be promoting the abuse of these animals any longer. Look at this mother pig trying to feed her babies lying on this grate. Now, this is not what motherhood is about. This is not kindness. So in the West, we have actually in the United States, they're what they call ag-gag laws, that is prohibiting the photographing or videotaping industrial animal agriculture production because people will find it offensive. They don't want to feel like they're a part of this cruelty. And so there are now many people and many groups like this Dr. Broad, who is trying to bring this awareness and to the general population. So to summarize, whole food, plant-based, low-fat, vegan nutrition is good for the individual, is good for families, is good for the community, it is good for the country, it is good for the environment and the climate, it is good for animals, they will no longer need to be abused, and it is good for the planet. So planetary health has become a big issue, as you well know. So where have we gone on today's path? We have looked at understanding immunity and its dysfunction related to non-communicable diseases through oxidative stress pathways, and we need our immune systems gets challenged when we consume a standard American diet or animal-sourced foods, processed foods. We looked at the relationship between immune status and lifestyle practices with special attention to plant-based nutrition. And I urge you to be effective knowledge translators in your healthcare practices to maximize patients' immunity and overall health. Remember, even though we strive in our education and our careers, but it is our health that is our wealth. And this is a tool that I like and we have used. We developed and translated it into Chinese. It's the Health Improvement Card. It was developed by the Health Professions Alliance, World Health Professions Alliance. It has a biometric scorecard. So we have here body mass index, fasting blood sugar, cholesterol, and blood pressure, and it's color-coded, green, yellow, and red. And on this side, we have lifestyle scorecard. So we have the healthfulness of the diet. There are many elements, but of course, fruit and vegetables are one. In the United States, only 3% of the population get adequate vegetables and fruits. Physical activity, tobacco use, alcohol use, sleep quality and quantity, and then stress. And these are coded again, green, yellow, and red. And this is a good starting point when you're trying to talk about some of these sensitive issues with patients. It helps to objectify it, that we can look at these criteria and give them some guidance. We don't have a lot of time in our day, but this is a simple tool that we use on every patient who comes into our facility. And to take you back to Healthy China 2030, it's only 7 years away. We can be part of the solution. We can prevent chronic disease and enhance the health of all people. And we can enhance social policy. We need to be active. And to translate the research, to translate the evidence is so important for the implementation of the plan for Healthy China 2030. So China's major health challenge is the control of chronic disease. If China, known to be a world leader in business and technology, can achieve progress in the effective prevention and control of NCDs by strengthening immunity, it can also become a world leader in health. Thank you. And may your rice bowl always be full.
感谢迪恩教授的精彩分享，从不同的角度展示了摄入植物基营养有多么的重要，也告诉我们生活方式和行为的改变真的能最大限度地提高我们的健康水平，也对整个社会和星球的健康更加有利。迪恩教授提到的几部纪录片，大家也可以在闲暇时和家人一起观看。请大家不要走开，接下来就来到迪恩教授的答疑环节，有请徐佳博士。那么迪恩教授在演讲之中提到的坎贝尔教授，也是我们在峰会中邀请的嘉宾，就在答疑之后，敬请期待。那么有请两位专家。
Thank you, Dr. Dean, for your inspiring presentation. The information you provided is very important to our Chinese-speaking audience. We have received many questions from the audience for you. Should we do an interactive Q&A to address these questions?
Yes, that sounds good.
Okay, I'll start with the first question. 第一个问题，免疫力和抵抗力有什么区别？是不是越高越好？ What is the difference between immunity and disease resistance? Is it always good to have a stronger immunity or disease resistance?
Well, first of all, the immune system is critical to overall health. Being invisible, we do not pay as much attention to it as we do other systems when they compromise or fail. Would you like me to go sentence by sentence for your translation?
Yeah, I would rather you finish the whole answer. I'm typing up my record, some notes. Yeah.
Okay, good, because I have a few more things to say. So the immune system is essential for wound healing, warding off infections, protecting against chronic life-threatening illnesses. So it is essential to protect and strengthen our immune systems every day. Wounds, microorganisms, pathological processes are all contributors to what we call cellular oxidative stress, which leads to low-grade systemic inflammation. In turn, like acute inflammation, it triggers an immune response. Inflammation is always a key component of an immune response. So disease resistance is our ability to mobilize our immune system so that we can counter whether it's a disease or whether it's wound healing or a response to other stressor.
Okay. So is it the higher the better?
The higher the better?
I mean, yeah, immunity.
Yes, absolutely. The stronger it is, the better, for sure.
The stronger the better, yeah, okay. 好，那个 Dr. Dean 说呢，就是免疫系统呢是一个非常关键的那么但是呢，我们平时呢并没有注意到，并不是太注意它因为我们主关注在外在的东西。但是呢，免疫系统是帮助我们来愈合我们的伤口，来对抗那外境的入侵的这种细菌病毒， 而且呢，帮助我们处理我们身体内部的一些那种发生的一些疾病比如说我们的慢性病因此呢，我们需要每天都要加强每天都要加强这个。那么实际上各种这种疾病也好那么它们的最大的一个问题呢，就是都有一个共同特点就是细胞的氧化应激那么最终呢会产生系统性的炎症于是呢，所有的炎症呢都是一种免疫反应。那么他说了，这个抵抗力呢是我们身体动员我们免疫系统这种能力他管叫抵抗力那么这是不是越高越好？他说是我们抵抗力越强那么对我们身体越好。Okay, the next question. 请问我如何才能够激活免疫力？生活方式方面又有什么特别需要注意的？ How do we boost our immunity? Are there specific aspects in lifestyle to pay attention to?
We know a great deal about boosting or strengthening our immune systems today. And again, we tend to ignore the care of this system compared with orthopedic issues, cardiovascular complaints, gastrointestinal issues, etc. These systems are more observable when they are compromised. But what I attempted to do in my keynote was to draw attention to how lifestyle factors impact immunity. Factors like nutrition, which is different to a normal body weight, not smoking, physical activity, optimal sleep, manageable stress, and a strong social support system. The impact of not smoking, poor physical activity, poor sleep and stress on our general health is typically invisible, thus more invisible than on our immune system. So we have to always remember the immune system. In my talk, I emphasized nutrition because its impact on most systems is ignored by health professionals and the public, particularly in relation to our immune health. As health professionals, we have a major responsibility to practice evidence-based health care. Although nutrition is the foundation of health, we overemphasize drugs and surgery. So you can exercise at optimal levels to strengthen immunity. You can not smoke, sleep well, have low stress levels, but without optimal nutrition, your body will not be able to effectively heal itself when confronted with wounds, microorganisms, and disease processes.
OK， 他说我们对这个关于这个激活免疫力，如何激活免疫，我们了解很多但是呢，我们实际上我们经常忽略我们的免疫系统，比如我们对这种儿科呀，对消化科呀，对这个医院里面不同的这些科室呢，我们都比较感兴趣因为呢，他们是我们不同的疾病能够呈现出来的一种形式，但是呢，我们的这个免疫系统呢，我们是更经常是看不到的这种情况。那么对于免疫系统如何能够提高它的免疫能力呢？就是最主要就是生活方式，那其中包括营养、体重那个戒烟限酒那个运动睡眠、压力管理社会的这种社会关系等等等等那么所以他呢建议我们一定要记住我们的免疫系统，因为它是一个就是看不见的一个一直在为我们工作的一个系统那他说他在演讲里面强调了这个营养因为这营养对于免疫系统里面是最重要的是最重要的一个方面。那个是另外呢是对于那种就是我们专业人士，我们的责任我们必须采取这种循证的营养学这种态度来进行一个思维方式那么如果我们没有最佳的这种营养我们就不能够愈合我们的伤口，不能够有效的那么达成我们的这个就是抵抗外界的入侵的这种能力Okay, the next question. 胸腺肽可以作为提高免疫力的手段吗？ Is thymosin injection a way to boost immunity?
Now, just to refresh, thymosin alpha-1 is a peptide. It's naturally occurring in the thymus gland. It modifies, enhances, and restores immune function and has been used therapeutically to treat very severely compromised immune states and malignancies. In those people who are immunocompromised, thymosin can augment vaccine responses and decrease morbidity and mortality in sepsis and other overwhelming infections. But therapeutic thymosin is only appropriate for those who are very severely ill.
他说呢，这个天然的就是胸腺肽是来自于我们自己的天然的这个胸腺啊，它呢有一些对免疫的调节、辅助，还有这种帮助补充的这种作用啊。它呢对于那种特别重的这种疾病啊，它是有能够帮助治疗我们的免疫系统的匮乏，就这样叫缺失啊，免疫缺失啊。那么帮助比如说在疫苗的我们疫苗能产生更多的效果帮助我们的疾病的康复。但是呢，所有这一切它的一个前提呢，就是只对于那些非常就是严重的这种疾病的人才适合啊。OK，the next question 啊，运动能够提升免疫力吗？哪种运动最有效？ Can exercise help boost immunity? Which type of exercise is most effective?
Exercise has been very well established to strengthen immunity. Much research has been conducted to figure out what are the prescriptive parameters that are necessary to produce the best immune response. We know that even a single bout of moderately intense exercise, aerobic exercise, that is using many of your muscles and feeling your breathing getting heavier and your heart pumping harder, results in elevated immune function for several hours after. But consistent aerobic training is necessary to result in persisting immune betterment. So when training stops, this benefit decreases. So what are the prescriptive parameters? For a good aerobic response, it needs to be using many muscles like running, brisk walking, swimming, cycling. It needs to be at a moderate intensity, about a 6 or an 8 on a 10-point scale. That is, you are aware of your breathing, but when you speak, you can't make complete sentences. It has to be 3 to 5 times a week at 20 to 40 minutes. And that has to be maintained for at least 6 weeks and beyond to keep your immune status optimal. So with this prescription, the immune defense is maximized, your disease risk goes down, and consistent training, however, at high levels reduces immunity and significantly increases disease risk. But let me just finally say, strength, balance, and flexibility training, these are all very important, but they are not associated with the same immune benefit that aerobic exercise has.
OK， 他说呢，就是我们有确凿的证据能表明运动呢可以提高我们的免疫力那么大家都在考虑这种什么样的运动处方对提高免疫力呢是最有效的那么最后发现呢是中等的或者轻度的这种运动可以提高我们的免疫力。那在这个运动完成几个小时之后就可以有这种就是免疫力的提高。那尤其是那种持续的有氧运动那么这种它可以提高我们的心率然后呢使我们的肌肉身体的很多肌肉群的都动起来比如说快走跑步这种那么这种中轻度的这种运动形式，每周3到5次，每一次20到40分钟，那么至少要坚持60周那么我们的这个免疫系统呢就会免疫系统能力就会提高我们的疾病就会降低。而相对于这种有氧运动的话，阻力运动平衡运动以及那种拉伸运动呢，就是对我们的免疫力的提高没有太大的帮助，所以他特别强调有氧运动。Okay, next question. 为什么长时间的运动，比如说马拉松后特别容易感冒？ Why are we more likely to catch cold after prolonged exercises such as marathon?
The answer to this question relates to the answer to the previous question. When the level of exertion consistently exceeds the immune system's capacity to respond to the training trauma. Training involves trauma. Soft tissue breaks down. That's okay, but it needs time to restore. It needs time for recovery. So with a long endurance event, it's repeated trauma, and often people do not adequately train and include recovery periods in their training. So this results into lowering their immune status right after a marathon or a long endurance event, and will make them more susceptible to colds and flus and so on. So recovery is really, really important. And also, and often taking days off during training is really, really, it's as important as the training days, is taking the days off for good recovery. Nutrition is vitally important to maximize the recovery as well. Even if the person is not overexerting, we need good recovery time, good nutrition to support the recovery. And as well, not smoking, adequate sleep, and stress management.
那这个问题的答案呢，和之前那个问题呢是相关的。那么我们在运动的时候呢，会产生伤害。如果这个伤害超过了我们的免疫的能力来愈合它，那么这是 OK 的，但是我们需要一段的时间去恢复。但是经常呢，我们留给身体恢复的时间不够，所以导致的话，我们的免疫的能力呢持续低下，于是呢就更容易生病。所以就像那个马拉松这种疾病之后就是它的伤害很大，我们需要一个足够的休息所以说我们恢复是非常重要的，休息也是非常重要的。他甚至呢建议我们呢就是我们就是休假去休假来恢复我们的免疫能力那在这个过程中呢，营养呢对于恢复呢是最重要的那么其次呢也包括戒烟戒酒我们要保持充足的睡眠以及压力的管理。Okay, the next question. 睡得晚，但是睡够8个小时，对健康有影响吗？ Will sleeping late but fully 8 hours affect our health?
If a patient or athlete reports to me that they were sleeping a full 8 hours, but tended to sleep late, I would ask a few questions. Is this a regular sleeping pattern? Does the individual feel restored in the morning? If yes, no problem. If this is regular, the individual is most likely getting sufficient and restorative sleep. If the sleep pattern is irregular, I would worry that the rhythm of sleep and how well he or she is going through the several 90-minute sleep cycles. That's getting into deep sleep and lighter sleep. And part of that sleep cycle is what we call REM, rapid eye movement sleep. This is essential that we have many periods of rapid eye movement sleep, which will ensure that we are restored and refreshed in the morning and that we are fully recovered from the previous day and in terms of our energy levels and are ready for the next day.
他说呢，就是对于病人还有运动员他经常要问几个问题。如果他们问到这个，比如说他睡得晚，但是睡了8个小时他首先要问是不是你经常会这么睡那么是否你是这么睡完之后，你是否感到你已经身体恢复了你的感觉如何？如果他觉得身体已经恢复了，他认为这个就是 OK 的，没有问题但是呢如果你是经常就是这种睡眠的模式的话，那很有可能的话，那你会出现一些问题那如果呢你有时是这样，有时是那样，那非常不规律性的这种睡眠那也会导致一些问题那么他是建议呢，我们要注重我们在睡眠之中的这个90分钟的这个睡眠循环那每一个循环大约90分钟左右它其中有一个叫快速动眼睡眠这个就是我们做梦的这种情况，我们要每一天要有足够次数的快速动眼睡眠，也就是这个90分钟的这个睡眠循环才能够充分的恢复。 这样的话，第二天呢，我们才能够回到我们正常的这生活工作之中。Okay, the next question. 年轻人压力大，失眠如何改善？ How could young people improve from stress insomnia?
This is a very important question, particularly in the young population in China today. Culturally, there are many pressures to study, to succeed from a very young age. However, without healthy lifestyle practices that begin early in our lives, such as healthy nutrition, exercise, and playtime, that's physical play and social engagement with others, not screen time. That's physical playtime and social engagement with others, not screen time. Young people will not be able to study effectively and will not eventually succeed unless they have these healthy lifestyle practices in place. These factors can contribute to more, without exercise and playtime, factors contribute to more stress and mental health issues. And these behaviors are setting these children up for one or more non-communicable diseases later in life. So having children have healthy habits very early on is very important.
他说的这个问题非常的重要那么尤其是对于咱们中国年轻人在中国的文化中呢，就是中国的年轻人的压力非常的大那么如果我们没有健康的生活方式也就是说我们比如说包括营养运动他们尤其强调运动里面，比如说是我们去游玩我们去和玩或者和在社会中和其他的人之间的相互的这种相处和沟通，这种就是这种社会的这种时间，而不是我们在屏幕上看屏幕的时间那如果我们不能够有这些好的生活方式，那么我们就不会能够得到有效的学习最后呢也不能在社会中呢取得成功那么所以说呢就是最后呢还会导致更多的比如生活和工作上的压力我们甚至会产生精神问题那么最后呢会产生很多的这种非传染性的疾病这个就是我们现在中国的这种现状。所以说他建议我们一定要在早期非常年轻的时候就养成一个非常健康的一种习惯。Okay, the next question.
Can I just say one more thing that came to mind? That I know it's very difficult in young people. They like to go to bed late at night. They like to have their devices. But sleep should be a habit. Going to bed at the same time, relaxing before going to bed, having quiet time, no electronic devices in the bedroom, very important, and preferably not using electronic devices in a few hours before going to bed. These devices emit a blue light as well as distract you. They emit a blue light, which is not conducive to a good night's sleep. So I just wanted to mention those few things.
他说尤其他说对于年轻人，现在年轻人非常的不容易他们没有一个很好的他们的时间的管理比较差他们呢睡眠习惯有时候呢是不是很好，所以我们要有一个非常充足的时间来睡眠那么有一个好的睡眠习惯，包括呢首先在睡眠之前还要放松然后要安静下来尤其在我们的卧室呢不要放一些电子的设备那么最好呢在睡眠之前几个小时之内不要接触电子设备因为电子设备产生那种蓝光不利于我们的睡眠最后呢所以我们就不容易睡好。Okay, next question. 为什么换季时更容易生病？人体对于气候变化有什么办法能够帮助不生病？ Why do people more prone to diseases when seasons change? What should we do to prevent seasonal illness?
Well, as seasons change, we change the amount of time that we're inside and outside. Being inside is associated with, number one, more sitting, and we know that that's poor for the immune system, and more screen time. being outdoors increases the likelihood, or indoors, sorry, when we're inside, it increases the likelihood of spreading microorganisms. We're close to each other, catching colds, flus, viruses, such as SARS-CoV-2, responsible for COVID-19. When you're outside, in nature, it's health protective in many ways, and people are more likely to be active, which boosts their immune systems outdoors.
他说呢，就是在随着季节的变化呢，我们最主要的变化就是我们在室内和室外时间的这种比例的变化。我们如果在室内的话，我们基本呢就属于坐的姿态啊，我们呢要看更多的屏幕，而且呢在室内的话，还有更容易呢和人交流之中呢产生各种微生物的这种传染而相反呢，如果我们在室外的话，这是一种更天然、更自然的一种环境啊，它对于保护我们的健康呢非常重要。而且呢，我们经常属于这种活动的状态，所以对我们的免疫系统呢是有很大的促进作用啊。所以它主要指的是我们就是在室内室外的这个时间的比例而不是没有随着这个季节的变化会发生变化。OK，next question， 每天锻炼多长时间，多大强度对自身的免疫力最好 ？How long should we exercise every day? And how much intensity is best for optimal immunity?
Yes. Minimally, we should be engaged in walking throughout the day without prolonged periods of sitting. The literature now seems to say, yes, we doing those 20 to 40 minutes of aerobic exercise 3 to 5 times a week is very good for immune health. But what are we doing the other 23 hours of the day? So the Australian researchers have shown that the prolonged sitting, we need to break up that prolonged sitting with activity. So it's not only aerobic exercise, but kind of mixing up, moving around a lot with aerobic exercise. When I lived and worked in Hong Kong, I asked my students, what type of exercise and how much exercise do you take? Nobody put up their hand because they're moving around all day at that time. To catch the bus, the train, everybody was moving. So generally their activity level was good, but now we're sitting too much and we have to have more structured exercise. So up to 600 minutes a week of aerobic exercise, including brisk walking, is considered the goal.
我们现在呢就是很少走，然后对还有一个呢就不长时间去，抱歉我这个没有记住啊，就是说那个我们很少就是少走，然后不经常去进行长时间的去进行坐姿那么我们要每周呢要做3到5次这20到40分钟的这种有氧的训练。那么这刚才我们已经讲过了。那余下的时间我们都要做什么？那么这个澳大利亚的一个研究那么它呢就是说我们的在常坐的这种情况下，比如一直常坐的话，我们要尽量把这种常坐的时间不要久坐，要把它拆开中间呢要有一个活动他在那个香港的时候呢，他就问他的学生那他每天要运动多少他们基本都答不上来。但是他发现他每天都在一直都在动来回的走动从这个地方到另外一个地方，或者去赶车呀，或者等等等等。所以说呢，他一般来讲，这个香港的那些人，他们的这个活动量呢是 OK 的他最后呢说呢，我们的有氧目标，也就是每一个星期要采取有氧运动目标是什么？是600分钟的这个运动，大约10个小时的有氧运动的目标。OK，next question。素食者会不会免疫力低下 ？Do vegans have a weaker community? Do vegans have a weaker immunity?
There is no evidence to support that vegans have a weaker immune system. In fact, non-vegans have greater susceptibility to chronic non-communicable diseases associated with this chronic low-grade systemic inflammation. So all the evidence is that healthy, whole food, low-fat, vegan nutrition supports the immune system, helps to prevent chronic low-grade systemic inflammation, helps to prevent disease and disability. So there is all the evidence supports that vegan nutrition is optimal, provided it's healthy, whole food, and low fat.
Very good. 他说呢是没有证据来证明素食者免疫力会更低下，实际上证据给我们的是相反的那么实际上非素食会有更多的慢性疾病而且这些疾病都是与这种长期的这种系统性的炎症持续的系统性的慢性炎症低度炎症有关系那么健康的全食物的低脂纯植物性饮食可以对我们的免疫系统有最好的支持，可以帮助我们预防疾病那么纯素然后呢使我们有这种最佳的这种健康所以说最好的是要健康的最佳的纯素饮食应该是那种健康的食物全食物的还有低脂的 Okay, there's
two things, Dr. Zhu.
Yeah,
First, I just want to thank Dr. Zhu for this wonderful and tremendous opportunity to work with health professionals in China to make the changes we need to make. The other point is that our textbook that discusses many of these issues, particularly related to exercise, are in the Chinese translation of our textbook, which we are very proud of and happy to see well used in China. So do please look that book up for the details that we discussed for optimal immunity and optimal health. Thank you very much.
OK, 他说呢非常感谢就是说这个机会然后呢能够和我们这个咱们中国的这个专业的人士呢有这个机会交流尤其呢在那个教科书这方面呢他是好像有这个中文翻译好的这种就是他写的这方面的东西可以让我们来使用大概就是这个意思OK, thank you so much. That's all the questions, Dr. Dean. We really appreciate your time and effort to prepare this life-saving information for our Chinese-speaking and non-Chinese-speaking friends around the world. This will help them make better informed decisions about their diet and health, and which health is no longer a luxury, and life is full of miracles for all fellow humans. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
感谢两位专家为我们带来的精彩答疑。那么再告诉大家一个好消息，我们第5届国际营养与生活方式医学峰会，截止到现在已经有超过40万人次参会了。看到越来越多的人关注健康，真的是一个很欣慰的事情。那么这几年以来，疫情也深刻地影响了我们的生活方式和习惯。虽然说病毒是防不胜防，但是以不变应万变的法宝还是我们自身的免疫力。那么今天的最后，我们非常有幸的请到了克林·坎贝尔教授，为大家介绍一下。克林·坎贝尔教授被誉为世界营养学界的爱因斯坦，是美国康奈尔大学的终身教授，曾任美国食物与药物管理局科学家委员会主席，美国营养科学学会会员，美国癌症研究所高级科学顾问和主要负责人。坎贝尔教授合作主持并撰写《救命饮食：中国健康调查报告》，被《纽约时报》报道为流行病学研究的巅峰之作。有请坎贝尔教授为我们带来题为《营养、免疫与病毒疾病》的演讲。
Hello, I'm Colin. Campbell. I'm delighted to be back again lecturing to this very distinguished conference in Beijing. And I want to thank my colleagues for the invitation. My topic today is nutrition, immunity, and viral disease. And I want to say that I want to talk about immunity from a couple of different contexts. One in the context of a project that we did with our friends in China some years ago. And secondly, in the context of how this effect of nutrition on immunity and viral disease is rather similar to its effect on other diseases as well. Now, the project that I'm talking about that I want to draw this information from is a project that we did in early 1980s. The actual survey was taken in 1983, the fall of 83 and the spring of 84. And it really concerned, as it says here, diet, lifestyle, and mortality in China. It was a huge survey, as many of you may know. It involved 6,500 adult subjects and their families in 65 counties around China, 2 counties in every county. And then it was repeated, actually, in 1989, 6 years later, which is kind of interesting because we can see how things might have changed during that period of time. But this time it was 8,990 subjects, a total of 69 counties in China, rather than 65, and another 16 counties in Taiwan. So in a sense, it was a combination study between Taiwan and mainland China. And although for what I'm going to speak about here is actually taken from the 1989 survey, but just for the counties in mainland China itself. These are big books, by the way. It's a huge amount of data. When I said we collected data with our colleagues, it was just the largest survey I think ever done in human epidemiology. And so we had a lot of data to access. And I want to actually give credit to my colleague in China, Dr. Chen Zhishe, who had visited the United States in the early 1980s. And we talked about the possibility of doing a study in China. And we were joined by Dr. Li Chunyao, who was heading up a survey of cancer mortality in China, and Sir Richard Peto from the University of Oxford in England. So we had a really great team, and a lot of other colleagues participating with us. Now, let me tell you a little bit about what really got this started. It really came from the Cancer Mortality Atlas in China in the mid-70s, involving 2,500 counties across China, a population of 880 million, and 650,000 workers. We don't see that in the West at all, not even a fraction of that. So it was a really very huge survey. This is what was directed by Dr. Li Chunyao. Now, the atlas itself had lots of pages, recorded the maps showing the spread of cancer around China for about 15 different cancers, among other diseases. Here's one, for example, is liver cancer. You can see the red areas, that's basically where liver cancer was high and where it was not. And then there was a map for total cancer, again, showing the differences in the concentration of cancer in different parts of China. And that's really what gave us an opportunity to do the study we wanted to do. Select some counties, see how they differ, different disease rates, and then compare with various nutrition factors. This was the first joint research project between the People's Republic of China and the United States. It was begun in 1983 when our two countries started being a little bit more reasonable to each other. It was eventually selected as the #1 health project by the Chinese government among 111 entries for the 20-year post-Premier Deng Xiaoping era in 1997. It was also called, what it was told in a feature story in the New York Times, who called it the Grand Prix of Human Epidemiology Studies in 1990 when we had the data. So the study itself eventually we eventually used that name to publish a book much later in the early 2000s. But the study itself, the China Project, was really a validation of experimental animal data that I have been getting in my laboratory during the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And the study, of course, was on humans, so we had a chance to validate experimental animal data with human data. Really nice opportunity. Also, at the time this popular public book was published, called The China Study, the China Study results were, of course, featured. And then it was first published in 2005, and then later in 2016. This is the second edition of the revised China study in 2016. And actually, it's been translated to more than 50 foreign languages, and is now sold, in, according to the records I have, something like 4 million copies. So the China study has really had quite an impact in this area of research. Now, let me tell you now a little bit about the idea of comparing, if you will, the data we collected in China, again, under the direction of Dr. Chen Zhengshi, just an incredible individual, with his colleagues around the country. So what I'm showing here is a relationship between American values and Chinese values, just to give a little context. It was one of the more exciting observations we learned in comparing things. First off, the serum cholesterol range in the United States at that time, serum cholesterol being an indicator of heart disease, of course, but the serum cholesterol range in the United States was said to be what 155 to 2774 milligrams per deciliter. It was said that, rather foolishly, that people who got cholesterol levels lower than 150, there was some evidence they might get colon cancer and suicide. This really was not confirmed. It's rather foolish. But in the West, we thought going below 150 was that could be problematic. In reality, the data from rural China ranged from 94 to 162. The range of cholesterol, blood cholesterol in China was much lower. But there seemed to be a continuum, from the American range, if you will, versus heart disease, that's cholesterol versus heart disease, with the same thing going on in China. So put those two lines together really was an enormously impressive contribution we hadn't seen before. It just showed us that our limit of 150 was not correct, and because when in China they went lower than that and really got almost no heart disease. Now let me turn with that little background. Let me turn your attention now to some other data that we got in the second China study. That is, again, mainland China counties. That was in 1989 when we collected these data. And it concerned actually a virus called hepatitis B. I'm sure that you're all very much aware of that. It causes primary liver cancer. And here in the model, more or less, I'm just sort of summarizing what it looks like. We have this virus. We called it hepatitis B surface antigen. That was an indication of the live viruses out in the community, let's say. Then it infects us, infects the human body. We can detect that. That's when we test positive. So now we've got the active virus in our bodies, if you will. And once the virus enters us, like any other virus, either it does this damage, in this case, liver cancer, or it can be, let's say, inactivated, made immune to it. And that's what happened here. I'm showing here it's going to liver cancer, that leads to death, or antibodies, and inactive form of the virus. And so we had a lot of nutritional factors, associated with these transitions from one step to the next, a lot of nutritional factors. So we could compare in a rather impressive way what kind of nutrition effect there might be on this system. Incidentally, liver cancer is quite serious cancer worldwide. It's something like 800,000 or more annual deaths worldwide. Third leading cause in the world, actually. This is published eventually in this particular second China study was published in 2006. The lead author in this case was Chen Zhengshi, my colleague in China. So we had, this is the information we had. Just to re-say it again, the prevalence of hepatitis B virus in 1989 now involved 80,900 adults. As I said before, the virus is out here, it infects us because it's an active virus, that's the antigen. We could measure antigen, we could measure the death rate, of course, lots of other things. And the first thing I might tell you is that people who were testing positive for the virus, that the virus itself, in theory, either could be going and doing having its effect, or it could be inactivated. And it turns out that people consuming animal food, even a small amount, and I must tell you that the average animal food intake in rural China at that time was only about 10% of what it was in the West. I did not think that this was enough to give us any effect at all, but a small amount of animal food in the form of animal protein gave rise to this virus going here to cause cancer death. In contrast, people consuming more plant food, that active antigen was converted to an inactive virus. Through the formation of antibodies, we measured that. Also T cells, this was measured in an ancillary study we had in the laboratory. But in any case, plant food inactivates the virus. That's simple. Animal food creates cancer death. Plant food inactivates the virus, no harm. Really, really quite impressive. And it turned out in this huge body of data we had 11 risk factor correlations that were related to this relationship. And I only consider the correlations that were significant as a highly significant p less than 0.001. So it was really impressive. 11 risk correlations, indications of animal food, if you will, against the virus or cancer, and just all 11 just doing that just was incredible. I was very excited about it. And this really hadn't been published at the time, I might say, in 2020, when we first learned about the pandemic, the COVID pandemic. And so I was anxious at that time to get these data, organize it into a publication to send it into two medical journals, and I did. But I saw something, the first time I experienced this in my life. I published a lot of papers, about 350 or so peer-reviewed papers, and I never saw this happen before. They wouldn't even review it. They wouldn't even submit it, to professional reviewers for it to be published, because I had a title suggesting that what we were seeing here in this virus in China for hepatitis B virus, it might apply to COVID-19. I believe it does. And that's all I was doing, just suggesting, showing the data, suggesting it might apply. But basically, they canceled it. They wouldn't review it. As I have to say, this is really, for me, a major development in my entire career. I've never seen this happen before. When you send in a journal for publication, it's supposed to be reviewed by professionals, by two professionals, if you will, and then we get a chance to react as authors. But they cut it off. That sent a signal that I didn't like. And I want to add one more thing to this story, namely, is the relationship of nutrition, in this case, with COVID, if you will, for people at age 60 and over. As you know, people who got the COVID disease itself, the symptoms and the severity of the symptoms, they were mostly people, 90% of these people or so, were comorbid with other diseases, obesity, diabetes, heart disease, maybe cancer. And then, of course, poor nutrition contributes to both of these. Poor nutrition, that is a whole food, plant-based diet, by the way, leads to these conditions that set the person up for getting a COVID disease. But in this case, the COVID-19 actually acted on both pathways. That is, if people consuming a whole food plant-based diet, they didn't get these diseases here, so that therefore they couldn't get these. Similarly, at the same time, our data showed from the study we did in China that the whole food plant-based diet actually was associated with less disease severity. So I just took this information here in that form, and I was absolutely convinced from other studies that I'd done in earlier years that when the information came out, we should all get vaccines. It was going to be terrible. In reality, I had this information here, and I believe that nutrition is far, far more important. It wasn't necessary to do that. And so my wife and I did not get the vaccine. We attempted to publish this in early 2020. These data, as I say, it was canceled. It was turned down. And then thereafter, later, but 6 months later, there was a couple of studies that came out and showed that indeed, when they took a telephone poll of people, I think it was a telephone poll, just collecting information on people's recollection, that people who were consuming plant-based or pescatarian diets, that's what's fish, they actually saw a 73% decrease in the severity of the COVID-19. So this indication here, a rather weak study, I must say, nothing like what we had, but nonetheless, that was published. I guess they didn't figure that would count or matter because it wasn't that strong. And these two, there were two papers at that time published. So we did not get ours published. They didn't want to even review it, but then later we got the information. Eventually, after being turned down by these two journals, I did get it published by a journal in Europe, and I gave it this title here: A Nutritional Link for COVID-19. Well, COVID-19. Just all I'm saying is, here's the data. Look for yourself. I think this is worth talking about because it could actually prevent our COVID-19 as well. They didn't want to have anything to do with it at all. One of the impressive things about this particular research here is that the nutrition that we were seeing to prevent the severity of the COVID-19 issue, or the hepatitis B virus in this case, the severity of that disease occurring could be really knocked down by the same nutritional formula as is used for preventing and reversing chronic heart disease, so-called chronic degenerative diseases like heart disease, cancers, diabetes, kidney disease, and so forth. So this is work, of course, that I had been involved in, the basics at least, of this kind of work for the many years before the COVID-19. And that's what we and my many colleagues work in this area. We could see that a whole food, plant-based diet actually prevented and reversed these diseases here. And here I'm seeing the same thing. We're seeing the same thing with the hepatitis B virus causation of liver cancer. And I'm suggesting this is pretty indicative of having the same effect with COVID. Now, let me tell you a little bit about my background, why I came to this particular point of view. I started out early in my career, way back many years ago, coming from a farm, milking cows, and we thought protein was the most important thing to get. It was very important. And so I did a doctoral dissertation at Cornell University on a project encouraging the consumption of more animal protein, because everybody more or less around the world thought animal protein is really important. It's good nutrition. So I thought the same thing. I didn't have any reason to question that, and was doing work with cows actually to try to encourage more animal protein consumption with my professors, of course. Then I was in the Philippines a while later. I'm a faculty member there. I was organizing and coordinating the development of a project in the Philippines, a national project for feeding malnourished children. And there, the idea was they should give enough protein, again, if possible, animal protein. So animal protein was in my blood, so to speak, on a farm, doing my doctoral dissertation, and then the Philippines working with these children. But I saw something in most of the children that was really unusual. It seemed like the few children, just a few, they seemed to have some evidence that they were getting liver cancer from consuming that. Also, some physicians in Philippines, friends of mine, indicated that they were operating on children that way. So we had some indication that the kids, a lot of these children, about a 30% mortality rate. But a lot of these kids, a few who were in that collection of data, who had the highest level of protein, they were more likely to get liver cancer. That seemed impossible. Animal protein causing liver cancer, that's ridiculous. I couldn't believe that, but I had to investigate the question at least. And about that same time too, I was supported by this information here in studying India on animals. These are rats, and they were exposed to a carcinogen that gives rise to liver cancer, okay? And then they were fed two different levels of protein. One of them being casein of cow's milk, because in this case it was casein, okay? And they organized two groups of animals, one getting the 20% of calories as casein or protein. That's a little bit on the high side, but it's regular, it's within range. I guess the others getting 5%. Both groups of animals got exposed to the carcinogen. Here's the results they got. This was published in 1968. The animals getting the higher protein, 100% of them got the cancer. We called it hypoplastic nodules and tumors. But the 5% animals did not. And that's a huge difference. What that says is that animal protein had a huge effect on development of cancer in these animals. That required my doing research, and that really started my career over the next 2 decades. Increase in protein, increase in cancer, that sounds ridiculous. So one of the charts that we collected with a lot of my students at the time, is one that was very interesting, was this one here. And this shows the development of cancer in the first 12 weeks after the animal has been exposed to the aflatoxin that causes a mutation that starts the cancer. Animals fed 20% protein, you can see it's growing very well. Animals fed 5% not. In other words, it's the same things what the Indian workers had done. Actually, I have to tell you, the Indian workers did not even accept their own data, and they didn't pursue it any further, because to talk about animal protein that way was not acceptable. So we got these results here. Then we did something else. We fed the rats the 20% protein the first 3 weeks. The cancers are growing. We turned, we then gave 5%, turned it off, gave 20% back on and off. I mean, this was really dramatic. By this time, I'm saying to myself, I don't think my views on the importance of animal protein are right, because how come? I mean, animal protein, when you increase it like this, it turns on the cancer. In other words, you can take it away, it turns it off. We also did studies with plant proteins, by the way, and it did not do that. So, and there's one other observation here. There are many observations, but a couple of them are very prominent. Nutrition, not genes, controls cancer development. I mean, this is an altered gene. This is a genetic mutation. In other words, genes giving rise to cancer. And that's what everybody thinks. Cancer is caused by genes. No, not really. You can have the genes, what they suggest, we can have the genes, but it's nutrition that controls whether or not we get the cancer. And that nutrition suggests that animal protein-based diets turns on cancer. As I said before, this is not true for plant protein. We tested soy protein and wheat protein at 20%. In other words, the high levels, it still didn't turn it on. So dramatic difference between animal and plant protein. So the next step was then, because of how provocative and how controversial this observation might be, I had to then spend time for myself as well as others, trying to see what mechanism accounts for this effect. And we took about 15 years, more or less, doing that. It was usually looking at one mechanism in some detail, one graduate student doing a PhD dissertation for the most part. And what I'm showing here, a repetition of two statements. In cancer, we tend to think of 3 phases: initiation, promotion, and progression. In both cases here, you can see. Initiation is the initial mutation itself, initiation of mutation. Promotion is when the cancer cells are dividing. And then this is when the cancer goes to another tissue to become an advanced cancer, as we tend to call it. It metastasizes. So we looked here in this first stage. Where is the mechanism? Maybe the mechanism is here. So we looked at a number of different mechanisms. We found, for example, the high protein diet would increase the rate of the carcinogen into the cell. That's looked interesting. It also increased the enzyme activity that's responsible for activating the carcinogen to bind to DNA. And it increased the enzyme activity in 2 ways: more synthesized, more change in structure. And then it increased the amount of the carcinogen binding to the DNA, which is the mutation. But then we have in our systems a mechanism, a fail-safe mechanism called DNA repair. And that's a good thing to have. But even though it's a good thing to have, the animal protein turned it down. Okay. And then we looked at the second phase, a bunch more mechanisms. As I say, this is a lot of work over a period of time. I kept looking for the mechanism responsible for the effect, because maybe we could make a drug out of it and stop it. But it turned out, after a while, as I say, 12 to 15 years, I became aware of the fact that among the 10 mechanisms that we studied in depth, published this information, among the 10 mechanisms we studied in depth, 8 of them increased in activity and 2 decreased. It turned out 8 of them increased and 2 decreased, but this is the really important part of it. All worked in unison. All 10 worked in unison. The 2 that were turned off, they should have been turned on. They should have been elevated, but they were decreased. So they all worked in unison, which gave rise to for me, to a very different concept of nutrition, quite frankly. First off, in this case, the animal protein is operating by a bunch of different mechanisms. I'm sure there's probably 10 or 20 times as many, maybe 100 times as many. We just happen to have time to do the 10. So that's the way nutrition works. Nutrients by themselves will cause all kinds of changes, and most people know that. But the fact that they work together in coalition or in unison is really quite remarkable. This proves that this effect of protein was plausible, and that therefore, if we can't identify a mechanism that maybe we can produce a drug, well, maybe there's no single mechanism. I happen to believe that. I can't show you all the data we have on that point, but generally speaking, there's no single mechanism that can account for the effect of a nutrient. Now I want to show you another collection of data that I collected in recent years, work of others that supports what I just showed you there. Here's kidney cancer versus animal protein intake, okay? Animal protein intake in kidney cancer. These are all countries, okay? What it shows, and I wrote that regression, superimposed that regression line on those data. But the researchers at that time had a bunch of different countries. What they showed is animal protein is increased in terms of grams, kidney cancer goes up. Same is true with heart disease. This is heart disease published later. Amazing percent animal protein, different way of measuring it, but in any case, increase of animal protein increases heart disease. This is supported by a lot of data, by the way, since that time. Here's one for they didn't say animal protein based, they called it non-fat milk. Well, non-fat milk, let's face it, no fat, almost no sugar. This is really a protein drink, animal protein drink. Casein at that. This is prostate cancer. Increase in animal protein here, increase in prostate cancer. So here's one here on breast cancer, a friend of mine in Canada. He was actually associating saturated fat intake with breast cancer. Now, saturated fat is about 94% correlation with animal protein. So, and saturated fat is not very effective in increasing cancer, I must tell you. Polyunsaturated fats by itself is much more effective than saturated fats. So I say this is really nothing more than an animal protein intake. Look at this, breast cancer for different countries. Really amazing. Same kind of chart. Here's one for cholesterol, which is only found in animal food. Okay, cholesterol intake versus heart disease for different countries. Here's one for colon cancer, meat intake and colon cancer, animal protein versus colon cancer. Meat intake is obviously animal protein in this case. Here's one for total fat, and the correlation there for on an international level. Total fat is highly correlated with animal protein foods. So it's basically another representation of animal protein consumption with the uterine cancer incidence in this case. So all these things, all these different charts show the same thing essentially. As soon as we start consuming some animal protein, the risk for these diseases begin to increase. And I must say, they really increase rather dramatically. I'm sure that no one will ever come along in the future, no researcher, and actually show us the reverse. It's just not true. And then testing plant protein, on the other hand, against breast cancer, there's no relationship. There's no relationship. So for me, this is really quite dramatic. First, we had the representation in the laboratory, a bunch of different mechanisms all working together to create a response. And then in turn, we see these publications here. So my ideas about nutrition is create a very simple recommendation for everyone. So we don't make it so complicated. Eat plants, not animals. I don't eat plants anymore. And secondly, eat the plant food in a whole food form. This is worth another 5 or 6 lectures to make the point, but I can tell you, eating food in a whole food form is very different from taking some nutrient out or some food out and eating it all by itself and claim it does anything. That's really kind of foolish. Here's another generalization throughout epidemiology research. As animal food goes up, plant food goes down, vice versa. If this is going down, this is going up. Now, those two work together, hand in hand. That's why all these nutrients are working in unison. Animal food is an increase in disease across the board. I don't have a chance to show you all the data. Many of you may know that. plant food, and then the plant food goes down, and that's where the good stuff is, antioxidants and fibers and so forth. So, in this very limited commentary, I have a different nutrition definition. I call it a revised nutrition definition. Nutrition involves multiple nutrients working together. It does not involve one nutrient at a time. Multiple nutrients working together. That's nature. Each nutrient then has multiple mechanisms that work together to cause a response. Collectively, those nutrients, when they're consuming the right food, multiple diseases are prevented. Multiple health improvements occur. So I ended up with a very general statement: a whole food, plant-based nutrition. I'm the one that coined these words back in the 1970s and early 80s. Whole food, plant-based diet. I was working with the government at the time and had to have a better way of explaining things. I don't like the word vegan or vegetarian because it's not based on very good science. But in any case here, the whole food plant-based nutrition is the recommendation I think we can say to people in a very general way and make a lot of improvement. They don't have to think about anything else, or they can have a variety of whole foods, variety of plants they can eat. It's very simple for people. Any mixture they like, just eat that on a regular basis, and they'll gain most of the effect they're going to get. Now, in contrast, I call that holism, by the way. I just said holism, holist. And in contrast, reductionist medicine, which we practice in the United States, Western medicine, that's what we call it, Western medicine. We think about one disease, one cause, one mechanism at a time. We think that's the best of science. I disagree. I mean, I taught this for years. I tended to assume the same thing myself. There's a bigger question. There's a bigger factor, far more important. It has to do with collective action, the collective action of nutrients working to create, to prevent a collective response to diseases. It's really amazing when all this is put together. So reductionist medicine, which is really what Western medicine is, we use drugs and we use to cure disease, and we use single nutrients to do something. That's not the way it works. In Western medicine, we're always trying to find a drug to target it, but the side effects are common. There's another whole story. We have a lot of side effects from this. This is why holistic nutrition is not taught in reductionist medical schools. There's a huge dichotomy, like that word, separation of thought in this question here. Holistic nutrition is everything working together in a very unified way. In other words, I call that nature. That's what nature is. I feel like, once I began to see this, I felt like I actually saw nature at work. Excuse me. As I say, if nutrition is not taught, that would be a good thing, right? If there's, I should say, there's less need for drugs. So we don't need to rely on drugs. This is why the public is so confused about nutrition. Why the present system, but the present medical system, which is based on money, is based on figuring out one drug at a time, one disease. Huge opportunities to make money in this system, taking advantage of the public, and that's why nutrition is not taught. So present day nutrition, in my view, is very confusing. Here in the United States, it's ridiculous. We have all kinds of diets. I just listed here 20 different kinds of diets. As somehow we tend to think they're different. There are different in composition to some extent, but people, talk about these differences. Which kind of diet does it? What is the effect of the diet? So forth and so on. It's a source of massive confusion. We can't remember that. In the Nutrition Research Committee, of which I have been in for now in the seventh decade, nutrition research, we talk about individual nutrients, individual amounts in food, individual recommendations, individual so forth and so on. I taught this at Cornell, this idea of what each nutrient does and how it operates. But in reality, thinking about one nutrient at a time is thinking about that solving problems. No, there's no relationships essentially hardly at all to the whole food. The medical community doesn't even teach nutrition. This is the situation we're living with in Western countries like the United States. It's tragic. It's tragic. It's just a source of enormous confusion and no information from the professionals. This reminds me of a statement that was made 2,000 years ago by Aristotle of ancient Greece. And I'm sure, I just can't tell you the details, but in ancient China, the philosophers in ancient China and India as well, and other places, they had words. They were aware of this concept, using the whole greater than sum of its parts. I mean, I have to say this, I liken this to traditional Chinese medicine, which I learned about from my colleagues working with them for so many years. So I'm going to suggest this. This may be pretty provocative, but the concept of the whole is consistent with the People's Republic of China idea. Okay, when I was working with my colleagues in China, I didn't know anything about traditional Chinese medicine, but when I started thinking about it and so forth, there's something to that, and I'm sure many of you know that that herbs, if you will, foods in that form are likely to have some really good effects, and they're part of, I think, for the most part, those are plants. So, and the whole concept in Chinese medicine equivalent to diet and nutrition, and they have the Chinese model seems to have more relevance for nutrition and diet, whereas in the U.S. Western medicine, we concern ourselves with the parts, isolated nutrients, and maybe use drugs. Two different things. These are two different kinds of thoughts. And unfortunately, I have to say this, and my colleagues have become enthused with the West because they think it's better science. I say, don't forget about your own history, because I happen to believe that there's a lot of value in what was done in the past, quite frankly, with less toxicity. So eventually, as I said before, the concept of whole is really important to me. Using the whole food as much as possible is the way to go. I wrote a book on this. It was actually a New York Times bestseller. And now this has been translated into Chinese as well. You may know it. And then let me just make a general statement here. With this in mind, and now involving viral diseases as well as the chronic degenerative diseases, in reference to resolving health problems, whether it's reversing disease, treating disease, or improving, let's say, physical performance or mental acuity, resolving health problems, I think the first thing we should think about, get the nutrition right here. And the nutrition I'm talking about is whole food, plant-based. That's the first approximation. If we can't quite get it right that way, and we still suffer some problems, I'm not against the use of drugs, or single drugs like that, but they should never be used as a means of staying healthy. So I published one more book that came out in 2020. This was my grandson. And this book here, and this has just been translated into Chinese too, I should tell you. This book here, what I was really interested in doing was how did we get into such difficulty with misunderstanding nutrition? What historically? So I've gone back into the 1800s and so forth, and learned a lot from history as to how we went down the wrong path. That's what it's about. So I want to thank you, but I want to just say one more comment too. My many trips to China, I think there were like 20 some trips over a period of some years, having lots of friends, Chinese scholars come into my laboratory. That was one of the greatest experiences of my life, because not only was I having the collaboration with these folks, with my students and all, but also there was obviously from these folks with my students and all, but also there was obviously from the Chinese point of view, at least from my sense of the Chinese point of view, from their history, from that idea of using medicine the way that we're using, it really had something to was talking about. Thank you very much.
感谢坎贝尔博士带来的精彩演讲。坎贝尔博士也是我们峰会的常客了。那么听了他今天的演讲，我们就知道为什么我们要吃整全食物，并且注重整体健康了。那么接下来是坎贝尔教授的答疑环节，有请徐佳博士进到直播间里面来。机会难得，也欢迎大家继续在评论区多多的互动，或者是转发给您的亲人和朋友。
Okay, let's start. Okay. Dr. Campbell, thank you so much for once again sharing your wisdom at the International Conference for Nutrition and Lifestyle Medicine. We really appreciate your gracing our conference. Should we do an interactive Q&A to answer some of these questions?
Yes, be happy to.
Let me translate them for you. 第一个问题您当年在中国开展的中美史上首个大型流行病和营养膳食研究，得到了中国政府的支持与参与，以及团队人员的积极配合。请您简短的介绍一下这次合作，以及它对于您后来营养观的影响。The China study was the first large-scale epidemiological and nutritional study in U.S.-China history. It could not be done without the support and participation by the Chinese government, as well as the active cooperation with the Chinese research team. As the lead scientist, could you briefly talk about this collaboration and its impact on your views on nutrition?
The Chinese epidemiological study, so to speak, was conducted to see if the information that we were getting in the laboratory coincided with a human study. And it was the largest study ever done. It was the largest epidemiological study ever done in world history, to be honest about it. And yes.
好，坎贝尔博士说，就是这个中国研究，也就是中国健康调查报告，当时的目的呢是，就想验证一下，我们实验室的研究是不是跟人类这种就流行病学的研究是一致的，那个是当时在世界史上最大的一个流行病学的研究。Thank you. Go ahead.
I especially enjoyed the not only the scientific characteristics of the study, but I enjoyed working with my Chinese colleagues. We've had a wonderful relationship. Quite a number of Chinese colleagues came to the United States to work in my laboratory at that time. That was supported by the World Bank. And then at the same time, I went to China many, many times, more than 20 times over the years. And so the relationship I had with my Chinese was both personal, really wonderful, and also very scientific, very productive.
Great. 坎贝尔博士说呢，就是这个合作是一个非常好的合作，尤其除了是在科学上的合作，还有他在就是和中国的这个团队之间的相互互动的过程中呢，都是非常让他印象深刻的那么其中很多的中国这个合作组的成员来到了美国，去进行就是参观他的实验室还进行那个一起合作研究那这个研究呢是世界银行所资助的那么还有呢那坎贝尔博士本人呢也来到中国20多次所以对于他个人来讲对于科学本身来讲呢都是一个非常印象深刻的研究。Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, one more comment. We actually did this from Cornell University, but at the same time, I was also able to have the world's best-known epidemiologist at the University of Oxford, plus another 5 laboratories around the world. So it really became an international study, and this was the first study between the United States and China at that time. The New York Times called it the Grand Prix of human epidemiology. So that study became recognized, highly, highly recognized around the world.
当时呢，这个对于当时呢，坎贝尔博士呢是在康奈尔大学而且呢，这个研究还获得了一个当时特别有名的牛津大学英国牛津大学的一位就是流行病学的专家的一个就是参与，以及后来很多世界上其他地方专家的一种合作，所以它是一个真正的一个国际的一个合作。而且呢，那是第一次中国和美国一起来做这样的一个大规模的合作，被《纽约时报》所就是说评论为就是说就是世界上就是等于说是 第一次来等于说是 ground zero， 就是叫什么，就在最基础的这样的一种大型的一个研究。So Dr. Campbell, so did this collaboration had any impact on your views on nutrition later?
Yes. One of the important opportunities was the fact that I was representing Western medicine, if you will, that we focus on one at a time. In China, I was learning a lot about the centuries-long use of herbal medicine, as a means of treating disease in a more holistic way, total way. And so the comparison of the Western idea of using one nutrient or one drug at a time contrasted with the way that it was done in old China. Really wonderful opportunity to think about that in terms of how does food work on the body. And my view is more Chinese than it is Western.
所以当时呢，坎贝尔说，我刚才问到他，就是说，是否这一次合作对您后来的这个营养观有很好的影响？那坎贝尔博士说呢，确实是这样啊，因为呢，当时呢，坎贝尔教授就代表着一种西方的这种医学，而呢，到了中国之后呢，他就是发现呢，中医啊有很多的，是一种完全不同的一种思路。那么是一种全息的啊，就这种从整体的这个角度来观看这个人体，而相反呢，那个西医这边呢，他们是一个营养素啊，一个药物啊，非常的那个精细的这种精准的这种科学观啊，所以说呢，当时他看到了这种对比之后，他就觉得非常有意思，然后这个呢，对他后来对于营养学。就是说那个整体这个整个的整全事物对人的整体的这种人体的整体的影响啊，这样的一个观点呢，有了很大的作用。Okay, the next question. 疾病会不会导致免疫力异常？生活方式干预有效吗？ Can diseases lead to abnormal immunity? Is lifestyle intervention effective in preventing this?
Yes, nutrition can have an amazing effect on the body, many parts of the body. The immune system is one, as you know, and the immune system itself is quite complex. But when we're consuming the right kind of nutrition, it optimizes the ability of the immune system to control disease, heart disease, cancer, diabetes, chronic kidney disease, and of course the viral disease as well. So the immune system is actually healthiest when we're consuming plant-based foods.
好，坎贝尔博士说呢，是生活方式对于疾病对于这个免疫力的有很多的影响，尤其是呢对我们的这个免疫系统有非常大的一个影响。那么呢就是尤其呢就是生活方式呢，它可以使这个对我们的这个生活方式的干预呢，可以非常优化我们的免疫系统啊，帮助它可以控制我们的疾病啊，包括心脏病啊、癌症啊、糖尿病啊、慢性肾病，以及包括这种病毒性的这种传染病啊，都是有很大的影响。而其中呢，植物性饮食啊，是对于我们的免疫系统的这个工作，是一种最健康的一种饮食模式。Do you have more to continue?
Yes, the immune system and the second China study that we did 6 years later, we, in that case, looked at the relationship of nutrition on a viral disease, hepatitis B virus, which you know is somewhat common. It's the third leading cause of cancer in the world. And what we learned in that study, almost 9,000 adults, was that consuming a small amount of animal protein actually caused the virus to cause the cancer. On the other hand, in that study, when people were consuming more plant-based foods, they formed the antibodies and they did not get cancer. The results were so amazing that I think this is the strongest evidence that I know of in the world on the effect of nutrition on viral diseases. A very important consideration, because the kind of nutrition that works is the same nutrition that reverses heart disease, reverses cancer, at least experimentally, reverses chronic kidney disease and diabetes. So there's one formula that takes care of all of these diseases simultaneously, including viral diseases.
OK， 坎贝尔教授说，就是对于我看一下，好的，就是坎贝尔教授说这个免疫系统啊，就是对于后来中国他做了另外一个研究，叫中国就是在中国健康调查之后的6年啊，又做了一个研究。那这个研究呢是关于这个病毒性的这种疾病的研究。当时呢对于也是一个病毒性疾病呢是全世界等于第3大类的疾病嘛。那个研究呢涉及了大约9000人。那么他们发现什么呢？就是少量的动物蛋白就可以导致这个病毒的复制，然后最终呢诱导癌症。相反呢，植物性的食物它呢可以使诱导人们产生抗体，于是呢就不会得癌。所以说这个结果呢是对他来讲是非常非常惊奇的，尤其对于全世界当时也是一个很震撼的一个发现。那么那么这个发现呢，同时呢也揭示了一个事情，就是同样一种营养，它对于慢性病比如心脑血管疾病、糖尿病、癌症、慢性肾病都有效，这样的一种营养模式，它对于逆转这个病毒性的疾病呢，也是同样有效所以说是一个解决方案对于这种完全不同的这种疾病所以非常的有意思。Okay, next question, Dr. Campbell. 请问我怎么知道自己的免疫力下降了呢？免疫力可否量化评估？How do I know that I have a weakened immunity? Could we quantify immunity?
That's rather difficult, to be honest about it. I don't know of any really good ways, except when we are infected, with viruses or bacteria. When we're infected, it depends on how fast our body responds to protect us, how fast immunity is developed, antibodies are formed, for example. So that's the only way. I don't know how we can study the question very well without actually administering some foreign agent, which we don't want to do. But
right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. 坎贝尔博士说，这就是如果量化我们自己的免疫力可能是很困难的他不知道到底有没有什么方法能做这个，除非我们被感染然后看我们的免疫速度免疫的系统的反应速度有多快，我们抗体有多快能够形成。Okay, next question. 既容易感冒又容易过敏，我的免疫力到底是高还是低怎么改善？ I am prone to both colds and allergies. Do I have a hyperactive or weakened immunity? How should I improve it?
Yes, I mean, I have to say this based on my interpretation of all the data together, but consuming a plant-based diet not only prevents and reverses degenerative diseases, but from the information we now have, it also helps to create a very a good body to resist, allergies and other things. Now, there are some allergies that can always exist. It depends. But when we have a strong immunity system, from the data I understand, it really helps to prevent these arthritic and allergic diseases, autoimmune disease as well. It does all of it simultaneously. There's a very important lesson here. This kind of diet creates total health and can be used to reverse or treat disease as well as prevent it. It's a form of nature.
坎贝尔教授说呢，根据基于他这种数据现在的证据表明植物性的饮食呢可以帮助逆转慢性病，帮助我们的身体同时也可以帮助我们的身体来对抗这种过敏很多这种过敏的疾病而且呢有些抑制还可以帮助预防过敏，而且包括自身免疫性疾病所以它这是一种整体的一种改善所以它对于对这整体的一种健康并且呢是又包括预防又包括逆转，所以这是一种使我们回归这种最自然的这种免疫状态或者这种健康吧。好 ，OK， the next question， 免疫力低会不会导致癌症发生 ？Can low immunity lead to cancer?
Yes, it can. I can say that with confidence because low immunity related to the wrong nutrition, for example, or low immunity related to the simultaneous infection with other agents, that's low immunity. And of course, that is more prone to cancer. So we need to do more work in our profession on this question. But recently, if I can say this, recently, my son actually did some work on stage 4 breast cancer women who were actually taking the chemo, changed their diet, and he saw remarkable results from my perspective. This is something new.
坎贝尔博士说，是的就是他非常有信心说低免疫力会导致癌症，那么低免疫力呢，它是与营养有关系的低免疫力呢，它也与就是我们比如除了那个癌症之外，同时感染其他疾病都是相关的他还提到最近呢，他的儿子也是一个医生他呢做了一项研究就是关于4期乳腺癌。在进行化疗的这样的这种人群通过植物性饮食能够产生非常非常棒的一种治疗效果。Okay, the next question. 很多肿瘤患者对于提高免疫力有很大的诉求有什么方法能够帮助他们 ？Cancer patients have great needs to boost immunity. What specific method could help them?
Consuming a plant-based diet. Whole food, not necessarily supplements. I'm not talking about nutrient supplements. Plant food in a whole food form. That's exactly what recently has been shown to have a good effect on people with breast cancer. Stage 4 breast cancer, advanced breast cancer, it has seemed to have a good effect.
坎贝尔博士说，这全食物的植物性饮食就是这个答案，但不是用那种补剂的，而是全食物的那么他又提到了，就是最近有这种就是晚期的乳腺癌，可以通过这样的饮食可以产生非常好的疗效。Okay, the next question. 很多专家推荐充足的蛋白质摄入来提高免疫力那么请问那么素食者如何获得足够的优质蛋白？蛋白粉能不能帮助提高免疫力？Many experts recommend us to eat more protein to enhance immunity. How do you think? How could vegans obtain enough high-quality protein? Could protein powder help boost immunity?
That's a very good question. yes, we do need protein for sure to elevate the immunity, but we can get all of that protein from plant food. Now, there's a question here. We tend to think high quality protein means animal protein. That's wrong. What that means is that the animal protein, when we consume it, more of it retained in our body. But that's not a good idea. I did this is some of our research, that high quality protein is an error in our understanding. Plant-based protein is the highest quality. Now we know it's not animal protein. So the highest quality protein. So we need protein, yes, but we can get all the protein we need, and we should have plenty of protein. It should come from plants.
Very good. 坎贝尔教授说呢，他说那个这是一个非常好的问题啊，人类呢是需要蛋白质来提高我们的免疫力的，但是所有的蛋白质都应该来自于植物。我们认为高质量的蛋白质呢是那种动物性的蛋白质，但是这种看法是不对的。那么我们经常认为动物性的蛋白质啊吸收率比较高啊，但这不是好事情啊。尤其是根据他自己的研究，他已经发现了，那这是一个很大的误区。相反，植物性的食物啊，植物性的蛋白质才是高质量的啊。我们应该从植物来获取所有的蛋白质。Okay, the next question. 发高烧要吃退烧药吗？不是说发烧是人体的保护机制吗？ Should I take fever medicine when I have an intensely elevated temperature? Isn't there a saying that the fever is a protective mechanism?
Well, I can't really speak to that question because that's more for physicians, and I'm a medical researcher. But as I understand it, the evidence, we can take when the temperature gets very high. Yes, we can take some medication to reduce it. But generally speaking, right, elevated temperature is a way that the body is showing how it's dealing with disease. So we shouldn't take it. We should not take medicine to reduce fever at any elevation, only when it gets really dangerously high.
坎贝尔博士说，我不能完全回答这个问题，这是一个医生可以回答的问题啊，但是他可以说呢，确确实实如果他那个温度很高的话，是需要降温的。但一般的发烧呢，是我们的身体对抗疾病的一种自然的反应啊。只有我们的温度啊达到太高啊，就是不可控制那种高度，我们才应该进行这种就是外界的干预。Okay, next question. 经常吃药会不会免疫力低下 ？Could taking medicine often weaken our immune system?
Yes. That brings me back to the question concerning the comparison of Western American medicine versus Chinese medicine, I should say. And that comparison I found really fascinating. In the West, as you know well, for so long, we have wanted to treat illness with specific drugs, whatever they are. One thing and one thing at a time. That is, in many ways, is almost the opposite from traditional Chinese medicine, as you know, using herbs and all kinds of other opportunities to work for the whole body. I actually have a great deal of respect for the old Chinese way. And I think that we sometimes go too far from that, and we want to use drugs, individual drugs, to treat everything. In the US experience, in the American experience, all these drugs have side effects. They're all very expensive, and they're less effective than what it is just to try to use nutrition, or plant-based nutrition especially. It's one of the opportunities I had to compare the Chinese way with the Western way. And I know, a lot of my Chinese friends, physicians, they want to use the Western way. but I would say that be careful. Think about the Chinese way and is maintaining a whole health first.
坎贝尔博士说是的啊，比较就是中国和美国的医学的话，我们会发现啊，它是一个非常有趣的一个现象。实际上，西方的这种方法，医学方法是非常具体到某一种疾病啊，有一种药物是一种1对1的这种方法。而相反呢，中医呢是用那个草药，然后呢，它呢作用在身体的整体的这种方法。啊，那么他是非常尊重中国这种方法的，他认为西方这种药物的这种治疗走得太远了啊，所有的治疗，所有的疾病啊，它都是用这种药物，这种方法呢有很多的副作用，又贵，而且呢效果又不那么好，而呢植物性饮食啊，那么是实际上是一个非常有效的一种方法啊，那么。后来所以说他呢就是在比较很多的中医方法之后，他觉得这个中西医方法这个之后啊，就是植物性饮食非常有效。然后他的很多中国朋友呢，确实相反去求助于西医啊，但是呢，他是建议他们就是要非常的小心啊，西医呢中医啊是更好的一种治疗方法。Okay, next question. This is related to Chinese medicine. 中药调理能不能提高免疫力 ？Could traditional Chinese medicine help improve immunity?
I really can't answer that. I'm very hesitant to answer that because obviously it's Chinese medicine and I don't know enough about Chinese medicine. Although I hear from students I actually had in my doctoral program at Cornell who are from China with a medical degree. I mean, I've heard that, yes, sometimes it works, but I personally can't answer that question.
他说我不能回答这个问题，我对这个不了解。但是他听到他自己的学生啊，他的博士生啊，在有时候说的时候，他说确确实实，中药啊的调理有时候呢能够帮助提高免疫力。Okay, next question. 对于人类未知的病毒，我们的免疫系统能够应对吗 ？This is the last question. Can our immune system deal with viruses unknown to human?
I can only generalize. I think the answer is yes. In other words, if I understand the question right, the immune system can deal with viruses that are foreign to the human body. Let's say new viruses, new mutants. I mean, obviously, that happens all the time for millions of years. Viruses mutate. And if we have a really good immune system, from eating the plant-based foods, it deals with all of these viruses, maybe to some different degrees sometimes, but basically the good diet, good nutrition keeps those viruses largely under control. And the best data I know of that is the data we had with our colleagues in China with hepatitis B virus. It was amazing.
坎贝尔博士说那个我泛化来回答呢是的啊。那么对于未知的这个病毒呢，我们的免疫系统是能够应对的。我们的经过上百万年的这种进化，我们的免疫我们已经多次看到我们的免疫系统它有这种能力来应对不同的新的病毒突变之后的病毒。那病毒突变了很多次，我们仍然可以很好的去控制它。只要有一个比较好的免疫系统，我们吃植物性的饮食那么对于这种病毒的突变也好新的病毒也好，我们都能够控制得很好。那么从他的就是经验来讲，最好的这个数据是来自于中国。咱们中国这个就是那个乙肝这个病毒的这种过程实际上都是植物性证明植物性饮食是对于预防就是这种病毒性的这个疾病呢有非常好的这个结果。Okay, that's all the questions, Dr. Campbell. Please accept my deepest thanks for all you have done to support our conference and to help humans to have a brand new understanding of plant-based nutrition. I believe with the critical information you have provided, our Chinese-speaking and non-Chinese-speaking friends around the world would now be able to make better informed decisions about their diet and health. May we wish a healthier and more sustainable world for this and future generations to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure, my honor. Thank you.
感谢坎贝尔博士和徐佳博士为我们带来的精彩答疑。那么坎贝尔博士已经90旬了，身体状况还是很棒，思维大家也看到了，也还是非常的严谨啊。那么听完今晚3位嘉宾的精彩分享和答疑，戴维斯女士为我们带来了制定最佳植物基饮食的方案，迪恩教授告诉我们怎样改变生活方式来强健我们的人体免疫力。而从坎贝尔博士的演讲之中，我们知道了在这个后疫情时代，如何通过避免有伤害的食物，并且摄取真正有营养的食物，来应对变化万千的病毒。那么今天花时间看到这里的观众绝对会受益匪浅。我们明天峰会，那么今天我们峰会就圆满结束。明天上午9点准时开始第2天的场次，诚邀大家